Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Grafton's May special town meeting. To start off, I'd like to appoint Dave Robbins as deputy moderator. Visitors would sit in the first 3 rows to my left. Visitors associated with boards or committees can sit with those boards or committees if they've made prior arrangements with me before the start of the meeting. If you'd like to speak on an article, please come down to the 2 microphones at the front of the stage. Please state your name and address each time you speak. There is no food or drink allowed in the auditorium. Shouting or outbursts will not be allowed at any time. And we will test the electronic voting. Does everybody have a clicker? Good. Okay, one thing. If I upset you, you don't have to point it at me. It's not going to help. So, okay, so what I'd like to ask is if we have, well, we used to have it up there, but instructions on the clickers, and then what I'd like to have everybody do is please press 1. No, you just press it once until you get the green light. Okay, now, if I could get everybody to press 2. Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask Candy LaValle, our town clerk, to read the return of the warrant.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Town of Grafton, Special Town Meeting Warrant, May 13, 2019. To any of the constables of the Town of Grafton and the County of Worcester, in the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the Town of Grafton, qualified to vote in elections and town affairs, to meet in the Grafton High School auditorium at the Grafton High School on Monday, the 13th day of May, 2019. At 7:00 p.m. and act on the following articles. And you are directed to serve this warrant by posting up an attested copy thereof in some conspicuous place in each of the precincts of the town at least 14 days before said meeting. Hereof fail not, and make due return of this warrant with your doings thereon to the town clerk at the time and place of the meeting as, aforesaid. Given under our hands this 16th day of April in the year of our Lord 2019. Board of Selectmen, Sargon Hanna Chairman, Craig Dauphiné Vice Chairman, Jennifer Thomas Clerk, Bruce Smitty III, Edward Prisby. April 18th, 2019, I have complied with the requirements of the above warrant and with the Town of Grafton bylaws by posting an attested copy of the warrant in some conspicuous place in each of the precincts of the town on the above date. Susan M. Constable of Grafton.
Thank you, Candy. Article 1. Mr. Hanna, could you turn this one down just a little bit? That's good, thanks. Mr. Hanna.
It's working, but... Yeah, it's working now. All right, let's do this. I move the town vote to hear the reports of the several town officers.
That's at 7:30.
I move the town vote to transfer from sources below the following sums of money for the purpose of adjusting the FY19 operating budget. $45,000 police personnel salaries, two police expenses, $11,200 from building department personnel to human resource personnel, $3,600 fire department expenses to minister, $20,000 town insurance expenses to group health insurance, $34,000 Board of Selectmen or BOS salaries to group health insurance, $23,000 treasurer collector salaries to group health insurance, $30,000 clerk salaries to group health insurance, $15,000 conservation salaries to group health insurance, $1,750 to building department salaries to group health insurance, $2,000 building department expenses to group health insurance, $2,500 gas inspector salaries to group health insurance, $3,000 plumbing inspector salaries to group health insurance, $10,000 COA salaries to group health insurance, $4,600 town accountant expenses to group health insurance, $5,000 planning salaries to group health insurance, $20,000 highway department expenses to highway department personnel, $1,000 assessors personnel to assessors expenses, $5,000 to library expenses to library personnel, $1,400 animal control expenses to animal inspector personnel.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 208 to 11. Article 2.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Dauphiné.
I move the town vote to transfer $174,163 from the overlay surplus account for the purpose of balancing the FY19 snow and ice account.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 213 to 4. Article 3.
Mr. Moderator,
Ms. Thomas.
I move the town vote to pass over Article 3.
Second. Motion made and seconded to pass over Article 3 with no further discussion. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried.
Sorry about that.
I declare the motion carried. Article 4.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Spinney.
I move the town vote to pass over Article 4.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to pass over Article 4 with no further discussion. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. On Article 4, please vote to pass over. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting's closed. All those in favor, 198, opposed 13. Article 5.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Prisby.
I move the town vote to transfer $50,000 from the overlay surplus account to an article entitled Real Estate Reevaluation Services established May 12, 2008 at the annual town meeting to fund the assessor's FY20 townwide revaluation.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 6 to 28. Article 6.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Hannah.
I move the town vote to establish a revolving fund entitled School Rental Revolving Fund pursuant to MGL Chapter 40, Section 3, for the purpose of receiving rental payments for the leasing of surplus space in or on a school, as described in Article 6 of the May 2019 Special Town Meeting warrant, and vote to accept the provision of that statute that allows any remaining balance to be expended without further appropriation for the upkeep and maintenance of any facility under the control of the school committee.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 199 to 24.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Dauphiné.
I move the town vote to establish a revolving fund entitled School Extended Services Revolving Fund pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 71, Section 26C, for the purpose of receiving fees for programs outside of the school day and years as described in Article 7 of the May 2019 Special Town Meeting warrant.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 214 to 18. Article 8.
Mr. Moderator,
Ms. Thomas.
I move the town vote to transfer up to $435,000 from free cash to fund the LED street conversion project as described in Article 8 of the May 2019 Special Town Meeting warrant.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press... I'm sorry. Yes, sir. You have to come down to the mic.
Scott Charpentier, 58 Barber Jean. When are we going to begin to realize the savings with the purchase?
Mr. McInerney?
Mr. Moderator, it's about a 4-year return on investment for streetlights. The caveat here is we are green communities. Last year we were awarded $157,000. We're making application again through both the Metropolitan Planning Alliance and the green communities, and we hope to not use any of these funds, but they want to see they want effort on the part of the town to fund the difference of what we don't get through the grant.
Okay. My question was geared more toward the FY20 proposed budget sustains level of funding for a streetlight account, and I wasn't sure if these savings were going to be realized in FY20.
They will not be, because I don't know if I'll have the project done within fiscal 20.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Further discussion on Article 8. Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 215 to 28. Article 9.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Spinney.
I move the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to convey easements for the DPW project as presented in Article 9, 2019 Special Town Meeting warrant.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 223 to 11. Article 10.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Prisby.
I move the town vote to accept the roadways and associated utilities and easements known as Institute Road.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 210 to 24. Article 13.
Mr. Moderator, wait,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Article
Hang
11.
on. Wow, did I jump ahead?
11.
Ginny, keep an eye on me, will you? Article 11. Mr. Hannah.
I move the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to negotiate with property owners the acquisition by gift, purchase, or taking temporary and permanent easements to real property along Main Street in Grafton, as proposed in Article 11 of the May 2019 Special Town Meeting warrant.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare the motion carried, 202 to 32. Article 12.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Dauphiné.
I move the town vote to appropriate $475,000 with $337,500 from the CPC undesignated fund balance and $137,500 from open space reserves for the acquisition of 163, 165, and 171 Upton Street and 2 Stowe Road, totaling more or less 10.38 acres to be preserved as open space for passive recreation and to convey a conservation restriction to be held by the Grafton Land Trust, with such funds to be expended by June 2021.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. We're going to have a brief presentation by the Land Trust.
Mr. Moderator, I'm Rob Aberg of 43 South Street. You can take it out. Wrestle. Yeah, I'm worried. So I'm the president of the Land Trust here in Grafton, and we have this Chapter 61B withdrawal proposal around Silver Lake. It's broken up into 4 lots. It's a little over 10 acres. There are 2 streams that feed into Misco Brook along the right-of-way you see there, past Cider Mill Pond. The funds of $475,000 are already in the community preservation account. There's no new taxes associated with this, and it's a critical part of the Silver Lake watershed. Next slide. Oh, that didn't used to be the next slide. So that's one of the streams on the property.
No, we went back.
Oh, no. Try one more. There it is, okay. So, as you can see, it's at the northwest corner of Silver Lake. This is part of the 2007 Town Open Space and Recreation Plan for preserving the eastern corridor from the Hassanamessa Woods all the way up to Upton and Hopkinton and Westboro. So, this is for clean water, recreation, and wildlife habitat. It uses existing funds with no new taxes, and the Grafton Land Trust will hold a conservation easement on this property for the community preservation funds requirement that the land not be ever used for anything other than a recreation. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 12. Hearing none, this requires a 2/3. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. I need new glasses.
Hi, Stacy Herbert, 21 Stowe Road. So this is right near my house, near and dear to me. It also abuts the gun range, so it's a natural sound dampening for that. As previously stated, the funds for it are already set aside, and it's going to preserve the area. We see a lot of natural wildlife come through that area, and I think that it would protect pollutants and other things from going into Silver Lake there. Plus, it also would help deter a lot of traffic kind of at a dangerous area when you go down the hill on 140. So I'm just extremely in favor of this, and thank you very much for your time.
Further discussion on Article 12? Further discussion on Article 12? Hearing none. This requires a 2/3. All those in favor, press 1. All opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare the motion carried by the required two-thirds, 255 to 15. Article 13.
Mr. Moderator,
Ms. Thomas.
I move the town vote to transfer $5,289 from the Community Preservation Fund balance for CPA purposes account to the Historic Preservation Reserve account for the purpose of meeting the CPA 10% reserve requirement.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried by, not by the required two-thirds, because it's not a two-thirds, 239 to 13. Article 14.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Spinney.
I move that the town vote to transfer $5,289 from the Community Preservation Fund balance for CPA purposes account to the Affordable Housing Reserve account for the purposes of meeting the CPA 10% reserve requirement.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried 232 to 16. Article 15.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Prisby.
I move the town vote to transfer $5,289 from the Community Preservation Fund balance for CPA purposes account to the Open Space Reserve account for the purpose of meeting the CPA 10% reserve requirement.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 230 to 11. Article 16.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Hannah.
I move the town vote to transfer $54,987 from the CPA Affordable Housing Reserve account to the Grafton Affordable Housing Trust.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried 230 to 20. Article 17.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Dauphiné.
I move the town vote to approve the amendment to the Grafton zoning bylaws as follows. Zoning bylaws section 3.1.2, zoning map to amend the town of Grafton zoning map by zoning the following properties to chapter 40 priority development site overlay district, 244 Worcester Street, map 35, parcel 1.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion on the motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Planning board report. Sorry, Bob.
Mr. Moderator, the planning board held a hearing on this. The complete report for each of our hearings that we'll be talking about tonight are in this handout that's out there. I'm going to try to just take the meat of it. At the public hearing, the town planner explained that the article proposes to include 3 parcels within Chapter 43D Priority Development Overlay District. The parcels are owned by Wyman Gordon. It was stated the request to include the properties in the Chapter 43D Priority Site Development Overlay District does not change the permitted uses of the underlying district, and the projects within the district are eligible to receive all permitting approvals within 180 days of submission of a complete application to the town. During discussion on the article, the board noted the two small westerly parcels should be excluded from the district, and that 244 Worcester Street, map 35 parcel 1, be the only parcel contained in the Chapter 43D Priority Site Development Overlay District. Based on the board's deliberations on the merits of the proposed amendment, the planning board unanimously voted to recommend acceptance of Article 17 to include 244 Worcester Street, map 35, parcel 1, within the Chapter 43D Priority Site Development District.
On Article 17. Hearing none, this requires a two-thirds vote. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare the motion carried by the required two-thirds, 219 to 36. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Those opposed? We'll start the annual in about 4 minutes. Would you please take your seats? Welcome to the Town of Grafton Annual Town Meeting for 2019. I'd like to ask the Chairman of the Board of Selectmen and all of us to join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. First order of business is I'm going to appoint Dave Robbins, Deputy Moderator of the Annual Town Meeting. Visitors are to sit in the first 3 rows to my left. Visitors that are associated with boards or committees can sit with those boards or committees if they've cleared it with me prior to the start of the meeting. If you would like to speak on an article, please come down to the microphones in the front. Please state your name and address each time you speak. There's no food or drink in the auditorium. Shouting or outbursts will not be tolerated at any time. Can you just lower it down a little bit? Okay. Right now, I'd like to ask, because we had some issues in the fall with the electronic voting. I'm going to ask Dave Robbins, who's really revamped this entire system and actually worked flawlessly at the special, to come up and just say a few words, and maybe if you have any questions or something like that, we can get those out of the way. Dave?
Yeah, so I don't really plan on saying anything. The clickers worked pretty well, apparently, through the special town meeting. But if anybody does have any questions about the clickers, any concerns, now them so that we can make sure that we're as comfortable as we can be during the course of the meeting. So basically, I'm here to answer any questions anybody might have. If you have no questions, that's great. We'll let Ray get on with the meeting.
Great. We'll start off by, we're going to test the electronic. You all set, Dave? We're gonna test. So if everybody could press 1, please. Okay, if everybody could press 2, please. Great, thank you. Introductions tonight, Town Administrator Tim McInerney, Assistant Town Administrator Rebecca Meekins, where's Rebecca? Oh, there she is. She's over in the back. Attorney Ginny Kramer, right behind me. Town Clerk Candy LaValle, who's over in the back, controlling everything. And tonight we have Senator Moore. And Mike, would you like to say a few words? Oh, don't bring him. Oh, God. I'm going to time both of you. Representative David Moradian also. Is it on? That doesn't sound like it, Mike.
Is that better? Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you to town meeting members for letting me come here tonight, and wishing you a good, happy, great, good town meeting. Hopefully you'll achieve all your accomplishments that you're looking for tonight. I just want to give a little update where we are in the Senate as far as the budget goes. We just received the budget from the House Representatives about 2 weeks ago. We finished our amendment filing last Friday. We'll be debating the Senate budget next week, week from the next Monday. And in the Senate budget, I will be putting in an amendment for roughly $40,000 in the earmark for the town of Grafton, $25,000 of it to go to the Grafton Police. I think they need some equipment for their traffic or radar, no, excuse me, their fingerprinting, their laser scanners for fingerprinting. And also in discussions with Selectman Hannah and the town manager, we are looking at providing $15,000 to the town to start an apprenticeship program for them to provide some jobs for youth in Grafton to possibly work in the municipal building or the town hall. Other than that, hopefully we'll be able to maintain the funding levels that we are appropriating right now for Chapter 70, and which is the school funding. Well, we now, the Senate and the House, have both approved the foundation review budget formula increase, so hopefully we'll see that go through in the next several months. But other than that, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I will turn it over to Representative Meridian.
Thank you, Senator. David Meridian, 8 North. Much like the Senator said, the House did our budget in April. The benefit of the Senate being in May is that they get to see additional tax returns come in, and the April tax returns came in about $1 billion over benchmark. So that's outstanding. It absolutely is. A lot of that is one-time revenue, so we're going to see what we can do to put it into stabilization, hopefully give back. I know the Senate, with those numbers, came in a little bit higher than the House in Chapter 70, so I can't wait to advocate for that with Mike as it gets to conference committee. But just so you know, with the FY20 budget in the House, Grafton will be receiving $11,108,735 in Chapter 70. And UGA, unrestricted general government aid, is $1,660,319. I was also able to secure a $25,000 earmark for public safety here in Grafton. We're both strong advocates of Tufts Vet. We're able to secure $5.5 million in funding there for the public-private partnership. And I was able to secure $250,000 for an early college pathway grant program. So those are just a couple of the highlights. We're going to keep fighting for you. We're going to make a great team, and good luck tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave and Mike, I very rarely say anything up here that makes any sense. But what I'd really like you guys to look at, and possibly, is Proposition 2.5 has run its course. And it would be really nice if the legislature and the Senate could look at some revamping of Proposition 2.5 so that cities and towns aren't forced to constantly do overrides.
Hear, hear.
And it's not regarding that. I just want to take the opportunity to thank Selectman Dolphiny for his years of service. I think this is his last meeting tonight.
It is?
Is it?
Oh, for this year, yeah.
Aren't you not running for re-election? So thank you for all your support and, excuse me, all your work in the town.
Craig, what Mike said, thank you, congratulations, enjoy the time with your family, and thank you to everyone who serves on our boards and committees who's not running for re-election again. We certainly value all that you do for the town. Thank you.
Craig, I guess I'm not going to say anything. We do have a couple of people leaving this year who have served the town, in a tremendous way. One, Mike Scully, who's going to be moving to Texas with his, Mike, you work for Dell, correct? Correct. Yep, and he's going to be moving to Texas. And Mike got on the planning board in 2012, served 7 years, numerous committee, and a valued member of emergency management. And we wish you well, Mike. Okay, so I'm not going to pass up Craig. Craig, you were first elected, if you remember, in 2004, a long time ago. You served until 2010, and then for some unknown reason, you came back. You know, it's like a penny, and then you find it, and then you realize it's still just a penny. So you served for a total of 12 years. You served on the planning board from 1996 to 1999. Numerous committees, one that I know that you will remember, a committee of the Zoning Review Committee, which I had the pleasure of serving with you. And that committee only lasted 3 meetings because it broke into a fight. But you know, I say this every year when some member of the board gets off. This is a tough job. You know, with social media and facelift and all that crap, you know, the board members really, you know, people watch it on TV on Tuesday nights. Really, find something else to do. But they put things on social media that are really not deserving of the position of the board, and it's really a shame. It's a very, very difficult job. And Craig, will you be coming back? Well, this is the last time I can tell you that I will say bye to you. And by the way, Craig is a fantastic basketball player. I played with him for about 10 years. I still play. He doesn't. But Craig, on behalf of this town meeting and the very grateful residents of this town, thank you. We do have 2 representatives from the town of Upton. I'm not sure where they went. Oh, they're right there. And they're here to look at the electronic voting and see how the electronic voting goes. And we welcome them, and I hope we don't mess up. At this time, I'd like to ask Town Clerk Candy LaValle to read the return of the warrant.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Town of Grafton, Annual Town Meeting Warrant, May 13, 2019. To any of the constables of the Town of Grafton in the County of Worcester, in the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Grafton qualified to vote in elections and town affairs to meet in the Grafton High School auditorium at the Grafton High School on Monday, the 13th day of May, 2019, at 7:30 p.m., and act on the following articles. And you are directed to serve this warrant by posting up an attested copy thereof in some conspicuous place in each of the precincts of the town at least 14 days before said meeting. Hereof, fail not and make due return of this warrant with your doings thereon to the town clerk at the time and place of meeting as aforesaid. Given under our hands this 16th day of April in the year of our Lord 2019. Board of Selectmen, Sargon Hannah Chairman, Craig Dauphiné Vice Chairman, Jennifer Thomas Clerk, Bruce Spinney III, Edward Prisby. April 18th, 2019. I have complied with the requirements of the above warrant and with the Town of Grafton bylaws by posting an attested copy of the warrant in some conspicuous place in each of the precincts of the town on the above date. Susan M. Fiacco, Constable of Grafton.
My annual appointments to the Finance Committee: in Precinct 1, Matthew Often, and in Precinct 2, Barry Smith. That was his wife. So at this time, I'd like to ask Sue Robbins to read the state of the town. Chairman of the Finance Committee.
Good evening, I'm Sue Robbins, Finance Committee Chairman. This evening, the Finance Committee and Town Administrator are presenting you with a balanced budget for fiscal year 2020. Our growth services continue to exceed our ability to grow our revenues, with Prop 2.5 levy limit increasing by $937,887, new growth estimated at $550,000, and expected state aid increase of $107,815, and local receipts estimated to increase by $806,927. The town's increase in new revenue money for fiscal 20 is $2,402,629. Our proposed operating budget of $61,996,457 is an increase of 6.4% over the FY19 budget. There are three major components of this increase. First, the largest increase is the 30% increase in debt service, which amounts to $1,696,004. This is due to borrowing to fund the new sewer treatment plant, which is offset by increased transfer from the Sewer Enterprise Fund and debt exclusions for the new library addition and the new DPW building. Two, continually raising insurance costs, which affects all municipalities, account for an increase of $474,650, or 6.4% increase in the unclassified budget category. Three, the Grafton Public Schools budget was increased by 4.5%, or $1,575,313, a smaller increase than the increase of 5.25%, or $1,745,460 for FY19. Exclusive of these three components, the remainder of the operating budget has actually decreased by $634 FY19. Balancing the budget for FY20 presented some significant challenges given the fiscal restraints. Even with all these challenges, the proposed operating budget will be able to meet all contractual obligations, provide modest pay increases to non-union employees, and continue to provide adequate town services and cover our debt obligations. FY19 was the last year, excuse me, FY19 was the last year for which the 2014 override provided additional money to the schools. Without this additional money, the schools are now struggling to meet their obligations and provide a quality education that is acceptable. The school department's preliminary request was for a 5.47% increase for a level service budget, but budget constraints limited that increase to 5%. For added FY20 staffing, the schools will be able to meet the mandated requirements for 2 new SPED teachers and add a necessary adjustment counselor for pre-K through 6. However, they're not able to provide additional staffing for the high school, nor are they able to reinstate needed staffing that was cut from a previous budget. Altogether, $377,825 was cut from the preliminary request to reach the 4.5% increase. Without any override money to assist with expenses, this borders on a line of marginally stable funding for the schools for FY20. Other town departments did not fare well either. Their budgets are very lean. Apart from the increases in debt service, health insurance, and schools, the rest of the departments came in at $600 decrease from last year, with a proposed budget of $11,399,956. In order to balance the budget, the town administrator reduced a position from full-time to part-time in the town administrator board of selectmen office. A full-time position in the treasurer collector's office was cut. In facilities maintenance, the custodian's hours were reduced, and the economic development coordinator position was removed from the operating budget to a warrant article to be funded out of free cash. 2 positions not currently filled, the assistant town planner and the conservation agent, will now be a combined position for FY20. Further reductions to balance the operating budget were the removal from the operating budget of 2 police cruisers and 2,000 feet of hose and 6 hydro assist valves from the fire department, placing these items instead in the capital budget. While the Finance Committee understands the reasoning behind using free cash instead of the operating budget for these items for FY20, the Finance Committee recommends these items return to the operating budget in the future since they are essential to the everyday operations of the departments. Also, by doing this, it allows other capital needs to move up on the capital list. Capital items proposed by the town administrator and approved by the Capital Planning and Improvement Committee for FY20 totaled $986,622. Unfortunately, there's still a lengthy inventory of capital items awaiting funding. Our current fiscal status is in a stable condition. Our reserves, as defined by our auditor, include stabilization funds, free cash, and excess levy capacity. These reserves are currently held. We have $3,812,643 combined in our stabilization and capitalization funds. However, we are not able to add any money to these stabilization funds in FY20. Keeping these funds between 5 and 10% of our annual budget allows us to maintain a favorable credit rating with credit bureaus, which reduces our long-term borrowing costs. We continue to maintain a AA+ bond rating. Our free cash came in at $1.9 million. If all articles funded by free cash are approved this evening, the remaining free cash will be $812,627. Our excess levy capacity for FY20 is minimal, only a few $1,000s. In 2019, the average assessed value of a single-family home is $390,984, and the tax rate is $16.66 per thousand, a little more than last year, resulting in an average single-family tax bill of $6,530. 8% of that tax bill is due to debt exclusions. Grafton's median income is $100,000 per household and $47,000 per person. A note of interest: in 2018, the Department of Revenue reported Grafton's income as a community was $874,673,000, which is the highest reported in all of Grafton's sister communities. Looking forward, Grafton is going to be making some difficult decisions. While we have succeeded in creating a balanced budget for FY20 by making some difficult The increase in available revenue in future years do not keep up with even the most conservative estimates of increased expenses that will be incurred to provide the services that are expected of the town. The long-term forecast that was presented by the town administrator does not look favorable. We need to be cognizant of the trends of both revenue and expenses. Proposition 2.5 places a stringent limit on the increase of property taxes, preventing property taxes from increasing to meet inflation. In addition, state aid increases have for many years failed also to keep up with inflation. It is particularly important to be mindful of the fiscal issues that we will be encountering: unfunded OPEB liabilities, sustainable wage increases, reduction in state aid, continued increases in health insurance costs, benefits, needs for additional staffing in the fire department and other departments. We need to stay on top of our capital needs and search for creative ways other than our limited free cash to meet them. The town administrator has been diligently pursuing economic development. It is essential that this be continued. In conclusion, it will be important to take a comprehensive look at various aspects of our town government in order to identify the questions and issues with which our town must grapple to deal with levels of municipal and educational services and long-term funding. The town must find innovative ways to deal with these issues and to do so from a wide variety of perspectives. This will equip us with a better understanding of how to address our coming funding and service choices, whether it be an override, changes in services are provided, or other yet to be identified ideas. The public needs a thorough understanding of our town's revenue outlook and services needed in order to build the necessary community support for the actions the town will need to take in the coming years. I would like to thank the town administrator, Tim McNerney, our Assistant Town Administrator, Rebecca Meekins, the Board of Selectmen, the Town Accountant, Anita Patel, the Superintendent of Schools, Jay Cummings, the Schools Director of Finance, Dan Gale, the School Committee, all department heads, the Finance Committee, and Sue Fiacco, our Assistant to the Finance Committee, for all their contributions and hard work to bring the FY20 budget to you this evening. Thank you.
Article 1. Mr. Hannah.
Hear the reports of the several town officers, boards, and committees as presented in the 2018 town report without ratification of any action or authorization of any action set forth in said reports.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 216 to 11. Article 2.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Dauphiné.
I move the town vote to reappoint Billy Cook as a trustee of the Nelson Park and Memorial Library and Building Fund for a term of 3 years.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 253 to 27. Article 3.
Mr. Moderator,
Ms. Thomas.
I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $721,070 for the purpose of paying the town's share of the net operating costs of the Blackstone Valley Vocational Regional School District for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2019.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare motion carried, 237 to 50. Article 5.
Four?
I'm sorry,
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Spinney.
I move the
That's the
town-
second time tonight. Same article, yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I move the town vote to raise and appropriate $49,491 to fund the principal and interest costs for fiscal year 20 to be incurred by the Blackstone Valley Vocational Regional School District for its capital expansion project.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion. Let me do it again.
I guess so. I can't get the machine to show the graph.
Don't, it really works well, you guys from Upton. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2.
This is the part I didn't do a lot of work on.
Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 224 to 60. Article 5.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Prisby.
I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate $60,902,791, appropriate $2,907,287 from sewer receipts, and transfer $40,600 from sewer betterments for a total appropriation of $63,850,678, all as recommended by the town administrator and as shown in the Finance Committee's printed report for the purpose of funding the operation of the several town departments in the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2019.
Motion made and seconded. I'd like to ask Town Administrator Tim McInerney to give us a budget report.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Tim McInerney, the Town Administrator. I have good news and I have bad news. Good news is you don't have to listen to me read this, but if you wanted to read it at your leisure, it's online. It's about 350 pages. It documents the budget, the process, what we went through, where we've been, and where we're going. But I'm just going to take a couple minutes, but before I do, I want to thank the Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, and my staff for all their help putting this budget together. It's certainly a team effort when we're looking at expenses and revenues, and we have to make significant reductions in expenses. So we are proposing to you tonight a balanced $65,215,878 budget. This includes all debt and non-appropriated expenses like charges and assessments that's on the back of the cherry sheet. The state gives us money on the front of a cherry sheet, and they take it away and charges and assessments on the back. A lot of us forget that piece, but we do have to account for that. And the road stabilization account that we established in 2014. It's $1.5 million that we try to put towards roads, and that is accounted for in that $65 million number. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of Grafton's finances and major changes in fiscal 20 over 19. Fiscal year ends June 30, the new one starts July 1. The last year's budget you approved was for $61,798,260, excuse me. I'm happy to report that we have clean audits that go back a few years. The most recent one, 2018, has no qualifications by the auditors. I'm equally proud to report that the Government Finance Officers Association, for the second year in a row, has given the town of Grafton what I term a good housekeeping seal of approval for its budgeting and its best practicing and the presentation of that budget, which is this book here, which I assured you I would not bore you with the details of. But I think that's something we can all be proud of to get 2 years in a row, kind of an outside independent agency that gives us more solace in the work that we've done. So we have the Department of Revenue, you have Finance Committee, you have the auditors, you have town meeting, and you have bond rating agencies that all look at the finances of this community and make judgments about it. And this is just one more independent organization that has given us this designation of best budgeting practices, if you will. So we begin the budget process each year in August. We have budget summits with every department head, and we analyze previous year's revenue, previous year's expenses, and updated projections from that information. Each year, as the Finance Committee Chair mentioned, we have an allowance under Proposition 2.5, guarantees about $950,000 of new money. And then there's a thing called new growth. We're estimating that to be at $550. And these dollars we spend, and we will ask you things like public safety, on education, on roads, on general government, pay and benefits, salaries, and the like. We also work hard to make sure we get full faith and credit, full credit for new growth in the community. So when you do an addition, a deck, new windows, new doors, you pay a permit fee, and then the value of your property gets reassessed. It's terrible for people who want to pay taxes, but it's great for us to keep operations alive with that new growth. We're estimating that new growth to be at $550. We want to be conservative with that number, because if I overestimate that number tonight, our budget won't be balanced if we don't collect that $550. So if you add those two numbers together, all new money from taxation, about $1.4 million of true guaranteed new money. The $12 million that the state rep and the state senator talked about, I think we'll get it. I think they'll work hard. They've always worked hard to get us that money. But if it was ever to be a downturn in the economy, that $12 million of our $65 million operating budget, and we need to be cognizant of that. In the operations of town government, we work hard to make sure we collect all that property taxes. We have 98.5% collection rate. State aid, I mentioned that we have strong advocacy and strong relationships with our state delegation. Motor vehicle receipts is a budget category that we work hard at looking at and analyzing trends for motor vehicle, excise tax, trash bag fees, solar pilots that we do with big solar developments, building permits, indirect costs from the sewer department. Many of you probably know this, and I'll just be redundant. The sewer department is an enterprise fund and needs to be self-sustaining under state law, and they pay indirect costs to the town. One of the big increases in the budget, when I get to the line items, you'll see an increase in debt service. About an increase of $750,000 is due entirely from the sewer department for its upgrades. Taxpayers do not pay that. So it's part of your user fee when you get a bill from the sewer department. So I just want to make that crystal clear to everyone that it's not part and parcel of our operating budget, and they are fully self-supporting, and they pay for their own debt service. Department heads meet with me, they meet with the finance team, and then finance committee liaisons are assigned to department heads, and then those departments take their budgets before the committees to the finance committee for 2 or 3 Saturdays in March and April. So in terms of this being a fully vetted process, you obviously can watch all this stuff on demand. It happens, they review it, they're diligent, and their request for information and review of that. While there are changes in revenues and they have increased from last year, so have our fixed costs. But department requests for this fiscal year, fiscal 20, were $66,272,000, well over the amount of new money we'll have. So we had to make adjustments both in revenue increases and enhancements to budget decreases. And that's what we've done to give you the proposed balanced budget. This is an increase from last year. It does include debt service for library and DPW. For those projects, we did a short-term borrowing for the library and fully borrowed for the DPW, because that's on a faster track than the library. And we're trying to keep the tax burden manageable while we get the grant funding for the library. Major changes to the budget include the sewer debt we talked about. It's about $743,000. Unclassified, this is in the 195 account for the town, has increased more than $474,000, but that number of 474 is a combination of $200,000 from increases in pension liability and assessment from Worcester County Retirement, insurance. So that number right there is almost $500,000. It's just out the door off the top. Education, we were lucky enough to fund them at 4.5% or $1,575,313. Town departments, including sewer, saw a reduction of $634. We reduced it small, but we were trying to grow as we go through this, but we had a reduction across all town departments cumulatively of $634. We also had non-appropriated expenses that were reduced by $328,000. That was a result of assessments from the state went down, BVT, reduction in enrollment, reduction in overlay, and reduction in unemployment. So some other items that we had to do, we did put 2 police cruisers into the capital plan using free cash for that purchase. We are working with the state delegation, as both the representative and the senator talked about offsetting that cost with some air. We're working hard to offset that second police cruiser using the state funds as opposed to free cash. But since I don't have that in hand and we need to replace those vehicles, we're proposing to use free cash. We had a retirement in the Treasurer Collector's office. That position is not going to be filled. In the Board of Selectmen's office, we had a full-time administrative person. That person will now be part-time. We reduced custodial staff in the municipal center. On the booklets that the Finance Committee handed out for their recommendations on page 3, I want to just call attention to a couple points that show the changes in operations. So hopefully you have that particular document. So there was a significant decrease in the Board of Selectmen's line to $30,000. It's a reduction. There's an increase of $23,101 in the town administrator line. But both those offices, there's 3 people in that office. They're in one spot in the office. I will tell you that there's been a reduction for 3 years in a row in the Board of Selectmen's line, and the town administrator's line is below 2018 levels. The main reason for the adjustments are to pay the administrative staff and the assistant town administrator more competitively for doing the work with less staff. And I already covered that the reduction is the 3rd straight year for the Board of Selectmen's budget to be reduced for 3 straight years, and the TA budget is below 2018 level. The former ATA left, assistant town administrator, he was making $92,000. We hired the current ATA for $72,000. So certainly there had to be some adjustments made to make that person valued and competitive with the market. So that's what we've done. The Board of Selectmen also voted back in April to offer a 2% pay increase to the town administrator, which is included and reflected in the budget, and that totals about $2,900, which is carried in this. Debt's a big part of this budget, most of it borne by the sewer department user fees to the tune of about $750,000. So that fee offsets that debt service. There was no impact for that sewer treatment plant upgrade on the taxpayer or in the tax bills for those upgrades. We anticipated borrowing for the DPW and the library. The payments will be lower. We anticipated a higher interest rate, and we did very well in terms of interest rate, so it's lower. Still going to pay more, you're just going to pay less than what you would have paid if you used our estimate. So what does this all mean? I'm just giving you a very broad brush. I'll get into a little bit of detail, and I'll let you follow along in that booklet from the Finance Committee. I think we have level service levels across all departments at a reasonable price for taxpayers, and comparatively against our sister communities or across the state, our taxes are in line, and I would argue that we provide superior services to those other communities as well, from recreation to the library programs, Council on Aging. There's things that we're doing for less than 1% of our budget that other communities would love to be able to do, but they spend way more, and I think they have less bang for their buck, if you will. As I stated earlier, just to give you an overall feel of the reductions, police vehicles, we're in need of those to be on a robust capital replacement plan. Those are now being in an article versus the operating budget. DPW requests for fiscal 20 were reduced. BOS administrative assistant was reduced to part-time. We combined positions in the assistant planner, conservation office to be one position. We have non-replacement of staff. We have reduction in overlay. We have a reduction in BVT assessment, reduction in unemployment, and the state assessments on the cherry sheet were reduced by 6 206 from last year. If you turn to page 4 in that booklet from the Finance Committee, if you look at Department 141, the assessors, they had a reduction of 11,000. We dealt with that in the special town meeting. We created an article for the reval that's going to happen in 2020. For transparency's sake, we took money out of their budget, created that article, and that's what this reduction is a result of. On page 4, continuing on page 4, Department 145, excuse me, Treasurer Collector's Office, due to the retirement and to balance the budget, we did not replace a person in that office. In the clerk's office, there is a slight increase in Department 161 due to training and travel for the clerk and the assistant town clerk. On page 5, Planning and Conservation, I've talked about this, about merging the position to one position for both assistant town planner and conservation agent. We're starting to do that interview process. And there's savings that's realized in 175 in the planning department's budget for that reduction. 193, the municipal center on page 6, reduction in staff. That's what that dollar figure represents. Department 195 unclassified, covered this, but I'll cover it again. 200,000 for retirement pension. Health insurance was $265,000 increase. In FY19, we had 30 new people enroll in insurance. We budget for the number we have today, but as that number grows, you saw in the special town meeting, we made a lot of adjustments, over $100,000 worth of adjustments, because people join our program. So if we have 500 lives that can come on, or families that can come on, we don't have a lot of people participating. The more people participate, we have to allocate money for their contribution share. I will tell you, we joined the GIC 4 years ago. We saved money, or we avoided costs. This year we got out, last year we got out, we went to Harvard Pilgrim. Compare those two rates compared to the GIC today to where we are, we avoided another $135,000 worth of increased cost. So we're, by description or by example, we're just trying to show you where we're trying to be flexible and save money as we go through. And making those adjustments to join the GIC or coming out happens in a collective bargaining environment. Not that you want to know that detail, but there's a lot of unions in which to negotiate to get that done. So I feel very proud and happy that we have a relationship with the unions to be able to move to save the town money like $135,000 and then further avoided costs by joining the Harvard Pilgrim plan. On page 8 of that document, the fire department, we reduced their request and moved that money into the capital plan, funding that with free cash. School department, 4.5% increase. We've talked about that. The highway department, 420 on page 10 of that document, 1.4% increase or $16,000, but they did have a expense decrease of 4%, 4.4% to be exact. Sanitation did increase $24,000 due to contractual obligations with E.L. Harvey and then the tipping fee per ton for Wheelabrator. We offset that increase by the Board of Selectmen taking a very strong leadership role in increasing bag fees, which was hard to do, and they did it, and they offset that cost substantially. So that obviously went into the whole revenue picture as well. So 2 other line items I'll make mention of, and then I'll open up for questions. Department 510 on page 11 of the handout. The health department shows an increase. The Health Alliance, we joined with 6 other communities 5 years ago. We are still with them. They are now providing Title V services. Board of Health charges a fee. That fee is in the general fund revenue, so we have offsetting revenue to pay for that. It doesn't offset it 100%, but it's certainly more expeditious for someone to go through the permitting process for septic using Title V versus a private outside third party. The turnaround has been tremendous. And then for veterans, we are one member of a 4-member district. We are the host community. The major increase here, we collect revenues to offset a lot of this budget. Probably 85% of it we get from those 3 other communities. We have more people that are returning home from active duty that are eligible for 115 benefits, so we have to budget for those. We do get, I think, a 75% reimbursement from the state in the ensuing fiscal year, but that's what we're anticipating the growth to be inside that benefits. So this budget is balanced, fully vetted, supported by the Finance Committee. It does leave $5,000 in excess levy capacity. Years, you'll see when we did the override, we had a lot of excess capacity until we started to use it. Now we're down to 5,000. There's been years I've done the budget here, 2009, 2010, and there was $36 in the excess levy. We are living razor thin every day to make it work. And what I hope I've done tonight by talking for 8 minutes is to kind of share with you what we go through to make it work and to get the budget balance with little or minimal impact to the taxpayer. These adjustments that are allowed under 2.5 will end up costing about, on average, single-family house, $300 more than what you pay last year. So there are increases, there are impacts, there are decisions, there are costs. So we ask for your support for the spending plan for fiscal 20, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if anyone has questions on fiscal 20. Thank you for your time.
So at this point, we're going to, our town clerk, Candy LaValle, is going to read the budget, line item by line item. Now, this is the only part of the town meeting that you can actually yell out and say something. So if you want to discuss any line item that Candy reads, you just yell "hold" while she's reading it or before she's reading it, okay? So just yell out "hold." We're going to mark it down, and then we're going to vote on the budget, all the budget items that are not held. Then we will go back to the held items and discuss those as we go along. Okay, Candy?
Okay. Town moderator, personnel, 150, expenses, 150, total, 300. Board of Selectmen, personnel, 26,000, expenses, 11,900, total, 37,900. Town administrator, personnel, 322,250, expenses, total, 387,250. Finance Committee, personnel, 11,182. Expenses, 4,770. Equipment, 0. Total, 15,952. Reserve Fund, expenses, 75,000, total, 75,000. Town Accountant, personnel, 134,914. Expenses, 18,870. Equipment, 0. Total, 153,784. Okay. Board of Assessors, personnel, 160,310, expenses, 29,790, equipment, 0, total, 190,100. Collector Treasurer, personnel, 217,489, expenses, 70,415, equipment, 0, total, 287,904. Legal, expenses, 108,000, total, 108,000. Personnel, $36,293. Expenses, $37,850. Total, $74,143. MIS, GIS, expenses, $131,825. Equipment, $6,500. Total, $138,325. Copiers, expenses, $28,300. Total, $28,300. Town clerk, salary, town clerk, $59,303. Personnel, $89,347. Expenses, $11,875. Total, $160,525. Election and registration, personnel, $16,525. Expenses, $22,590. Total, $39,115. CATV Oversight Committee, expenses, $2,833. Total, $2,833. Conservation Committee, personnel, $92,629. Expenses, $13,059. Total, $105,688. Planning Board, personnel, $195,049. Expenses, $10,575. Total, $205,624. Appeal Board, personnel, $24,375. Expenses, $1,997. Total, $28,372. Economic Development, expenses, $12,300. Total, $12,300. Farnhamsville Firehouse, expenses, $1,500. Total, $1,500. South Grafton Community House, personnel, $1,800. Expenses, $15,550. Total, $17,350. Municipal Center, personnel. Okay.
Yep.
Unclassified personnel, retirement and pensions, $1,878,900. Medicare FICA, $470,000. Group life insurance, $7,000. Group health insurance, $4,722,684.
Read that total, please.
Read it
Total
again.
personnel services.
Yep, I get it right here. And then the total is $7,083,584. Unclassified expenses, auditing services is $28,000. Town report, $2,000. GWD hydrant rental, $67,000. South Grafton Water District hydrant rental, $21,000. Memorial Day expenses, $4,000. Historic District Commission, $400. Historic, $500. Town Insurance Workers' Comp, $634,415. Employee Assistance Program, $600. Medicare claim processing, $8,000. Total expenses, $765,915. Total unclassified is $7,849,499. Fuel, expenses, $100,000. Total, $100,000. Police Department, personnel, $2,134,278. Expenses, $178,100. Equipment, $12,000. Total, $2,134,200. 378.
Can you read that again?
Sure. Sorry about that. So $2,324,378. Fire Department personnel, $424,342. Expenses, $180,638. Equipment, $94,490. Total, $699,470. Building Inspector personnel, $176,093. Expenses, $3,950. Total, $180,043. Gas Inspector personnel, $12,925. Expenses, $915. Total is $13,840. Plumbing Inspector personnel is $14,065. Expenses is $1,300. Total is $15,365. Sealer of Weights and Measures personnel is $8,275. Expenses $700. Total is $8,975. Wiring Inspector personnel is $13,735. Expenses is $1,300. Total is $15,035. Emergency Management personnel, $1,400. Expenses, $6,750. Total, $8,150. Animal Control personnel, 0. Expenses, $21,500. Total, $21,500. Animal Inspector personnel, $2,900. Expenses, 0. Total, $2,900. School Department, Engineering Department personnel, $79,218. Expenses, $57,800. Total, $137,018. Highway Department personnel, $748,168. Expenses, $467,200. Total is $1,215,368. Sanitation personnel is $15,000. Expenses $35,518. Total is $950,518. Snow and Ice personnel $38,000. Expenses $112,000. Total is $150,000. Street lighting expenses $62,000. Total $62,000. Sewer Department funded from sewer use receipts personnel $423,316. Expenses $670,350. Total is $1,093,666. Cemetery and Parks personnel $203,023. Expenses $74,670. Total is $277,693. Health Department personnel $53,185. Expenses is $114,582. Total is $168,367. Council on Aging personnel $203,356. Expenses $19,150. Total is $222,506. Together We Can expenses $3,300. Total $3,300. Veteran Services personnel $93,046. Expenses $95,850. Total is $188,896. Library personnel $635,841. Expenses $2,900. Equipment, $2,000. Total is $858,741. Recreation Commission, personnel, $218,695. Expenses, $39,400. Total is $258,095. Nelson Library and Park, personnel, $17,000. Expenses, $12,850. Equipment, 0. Total is $29,850. Retirement of debt, expenses, $3,841,292. Total, $3,841,292. Debt interest, expenses, $2,323,437. Total is $2,323,037. Non-appropriated expenses, $3,219,421. Total is $3,219,421. You want to do the total too? Oh, wait. Yes. And then the total is $65,215,878.
So we had two holds, one on municipal center personnel line item and one on the school budget. I just have to check with the assistant town administrator. So what we're going to do now is we're going to vote on the budget items that were not held. Then we will go to the held items and move on from there. Mr. Brisby?
Mr. Moderator, I amend my motion to the following. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate $23,966,501, appropriate $2,907,287 from sewer receipts, and transfer $40,600 from sewer betterments, for a total appropriation of $26,944,388, all as recommended by the town administrator and as shown in the Finance Committee's printed report for the purpose of funding the operation of the several town departments in the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2019.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 276 to 19. Municipal Center personnel. Mr. Grew.
I move to fund the amount of $18,263 from the overlay surplus account to be added to the personnel account of a municipal center, account number 193, to enable the continuance of the services of the part-time custodian.
Dr. Groot.
Yes, thank you. The reason for my motion is because the part-time custodian comes in the afternoon to clean the town offices as well as the bathrooms. Of particular concern is the area down in the senior center area. That's where we have many activities during the day. We have meal programs, we have exercise programs, we have people that take part in those that take medications, old people like me, and aging people like me. But the fact remains, we need clean, healthy bathrooms. If we do not have that part-time custodian, I have every reason to believe that we will not have, particularly for our senior citizens. As you get to that point, you'll realize that there is a necessity to use the bathrooms on a much more frequent basis. And that's the reason for the motion. I also made note that the town administrator, in his presentations, showed the budget adjustment that the Board of Assessors, which I'm a member of, reduced our overlay requirements or requests from $300,000 to $150,000, a savings to the town of $150,000. That was reflected in the budget reduction she showed. However, what was not shown is a further funding, if you will, or transfer from our budget overlay of $225,000 we voted on April 25th, which I thought would be sufficient to then fund this part-time custodian and still not upset the budget of the town and still have the town have an additional amount of over $200,000 to go into the into the overlay surplus and be used for other purposes. Ray has just informed me that since we have voted on the budget without the holds, I now cannot take it from that budget overlay surplus. And that means I have to come up ad hoc here with someplace within the existing budget we just approved to take it from. I don't want to do that. We've approved that, but I think this is something that should be addressed, can be addressed, and has to be addressed. I don't see that if we leave those bathrooms, not just the ones for the elderly, but all the other bathrooms in the town hall, if we don't have them cleaned on a daily basis, if we do not have the different town department waste baskets and trash taken out, it is not going to be a healthy environment. So I'm at a loss. Dave, you want to help me out?
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator. Justin Wood, 5 Garden Street. Oh, no.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to point out that prior to either of these meetings as well, I spoke with you in particular about this particular issue, voting on the whole budget, and then having the hold discussed and someone wanting to use extra money from a hold, from the main budget. What you had expressed to me is that you would not entertain a motion like that, and that you would expect someone that would be requesting to add money to one line item that was a hold to express where they'll be taking it from.
Correct.
And there'll be no other issue with regarding doing that. And I'm hearing that you're telling him we can't take it from that fund. I'm confused that you expressed to me I could not make a motion to prevent us from voting on the main budget until after hold is discussed. So that's what I'm trying to understand here.
So what happened? Ken, were you done? Were you done?
I guess so.
No, you don't have to be. I didn't know, I thought you were still talking. So
there's no way to...
So here's the thing. Anytime you have a budget and the budget is balanced, And this budget is balanced, and it has a $5,000 levy limit. So in reality, we could add $5,000 to this budget without affecting anything. This article, and Ken talked to me earlier about this, this article, or this motion that Ken brought forth, is to increase the budget, the personnel budget for the town hall or municipal center by $18,263,000. That places the total town budget out of balance. So what that means is that at some point, if this gets voted on in the affirmative, we have to reduce something by $8,263 before the end of this meeting. That's exactly what I told you. And Ken, I apologize if that's not how it came across to you. But that's the reality. That even though Ken, you put a funding source in here, if you would have put a source that reduced another budget, then that would have been fine. We could have gone through with that.
Mr. Moderator, would it be?
No. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure. But would it be proper then to change that motion amount from the 18,000 plus to $5,019? That does not then put the voted budget out of balance?
Yes, you could change the $18,000 to whatever that number is, that $5,019, so it does not increase the total budget. Do you know what it is? Just $5,000?
$5,000 with the approval of the second, whoever it was.
I will second as is, if that helps.
Okay, so now the town budget that's been approved is no longer out of balance.
Correct.
Therefore, if this is voted, in fact, what we would have is $5,000 available in the next fiscal year to fund that position till we get to October town meeting.
Correct.
At that point, a special article could be entered so that we could fund the remaining balance.
Correct.
To continue that position.
Correct.
So I would move the amended motion as submitted.
Okay.
And again, I just point out to people, it's for the safety of the others in this community.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. McInerney.
Just a couple points of clarification. It's never been an easy decision to reduce any positions anywhere. We have 2.5 people, maybe 2.75 people in the municipal center after this reduction. I work in that building. It's 57,000 square feet. Everybody takes ownership of their space. It will be maintained. It will be cleaned. There is no doubt about that. The 18,000 or the 5,000 or whatever we're considering for this increase is a one-time revenue. Overlay is a one-time revenue. This body's never supported one-time expenses for operating expenses. And I'm telling you, as a town administrator who works in that building every day, we can get this job done with the 2.5 people we have. Thank you.
I would reiterate, sir, that with all due respect, that's a needed position. There are a lot of people that go in there, the elderly. There are a lot of active elderly programs. We have a lot of people involved, and especially in the exercise classes. Obviously, I don't participate in those. However, a lot of people, don't laugh, please, Jen. A lot of people do participate in those, and they do need the bathrooms, which are right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Further discussion on Mr. Grew's motion? Hearing none, I'm going to read it again. I move to fund the amount of $5,000 from the overlay surplus account to be added to the personnel account for the municipal center, account 193, to enable the continuance of the services of a part-time custodian. With no further discussion, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare the motion carried 141 to 139. That's a close one, Ken. Okay, school department budget. Mr. Rodrigue.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tim Rodrigue, Airport Road. I have a couple questions on the budget. I'm curious what the allocation is for G-term. What do you fund for G-term?
Mr. Cummings. I'm sorry, I should say Superintendent Cummings. I always call you Jay, so I didn't want to do that.
It's all right. Jay Cummings, 1 George Hill Road, Superintendent of Schools. G-term is a new endeavor this year to move away from traditional finals, make them project-based, where all high school students that last week of school will be participating in a range of activities. Each student will select one activity for the entire week. It might be the study of state parks. One group is going over to a number of state parks and not only studying their history, but spending a week cleaning those parks. Come back and they present their projects to the community. There are maybe 40 in total across the entire school, and we've done most of it in partnership with local businesses and donations. So the cost part, for the most part, is transportation.
Okay, thank you. Because I saw one of them is to pay for the T to go to Boston. So the businesses are paying for that ride? I'm sorry.
Yep, so that's in there now. We just received $1,500 last week from the Beekeepers Association for the work they've done, the work we've done with them. That $1,500 will offset that.
Okay. I'm not looking to reduce your budget. I don't think GTM is worth it. I think finals, taking away from the students, is not the right thing to prepare them for college. Second one, there's a lot of evaluations that need to be done for students and seems to be increasing. Have you looked at billing the private insurance companies for those costs and then recouping those down?
I'd have to learn more about that to give you a more thorough. Medicaid's the closest thing that we do bill.
Even the private insurance companies, but maybe you can look at that next year. And the last one is, it's mumbled in the way the budget's done, but the $65,000 for mileage, but I know that includes fees and memberships and stuff, the way it's lined, at 58 cents a mile or whatever the federal is. Have you looked at taking old police cars and putting them into pool car service and not paying for it and have people come in and pick up a car to take it somewhere, similar to what state agencies do?
Yes, actually, we haven't done it yet, but just maybe a month ago, you might have noticed up at the Municipal Center, they have a bunch of vehicles that they were looking to deal with. So we have engaged in discussion about that very thing.
Thank you, Dr. Cummings. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Tim. Further discussion on the school department budget. Hearing none? No, not yet. Tim, you've got a motion for the school department budget? Okay. No. I'm not going to explain it.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Prisby.
I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate $329,017 for the purpose of funding the municipal budget in the fiscal year beginning July. Is that right?
No, Ed, hold off on that. Yeah, just hold off on that one. Let's get the school department budget through and
Sure.
we'll do that. Mr. Prisby.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Prisby.
I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate $36,582,273 for the purpose of funding the school department budget in the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2019.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare the motion carried, 260 to 27. Mr. Prisby.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate $329,017 for the purpose of funding the municipal budget in the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2019.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 250 to 26. Article 6.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Hannah.
I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $970,323 from free cash and transfer $16,298 from the following accounts: 159 Millbury Street, October 2017, $81.30. MIS/GIS records, May 2006, $297. Storage shelves, May 2016, $1,022.80. Voter scanner, May 2017, $6,300. Poll pads, May 2017, $4,075. DPW facility study, October 2010, $1,800. 2019 Chevrolet Tahoe Fire, May 2018, $955.46. School building security, May 2017, $80. Replace 2005 Chevrolet pickup cemetery, May 2017, $1684.48. For a total of $986,622 for the purpose of funding the FY20 capital expenditure budget as shown on the screen. Said sum to be spent under the direction of the Board of Selectmen and Town Administrator.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2.
Did it not show up?
Yeah, those did.
Okay.
And then it went to the plan.
Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 278 to 13. You probably got a notice on your phones, and I just got a notice. This is absolutely wonderful news. It couldn't be any better if you live in New England. Nor'easter bears down on the region, bringing with it heavy rain, gusty winds, and snow. Welcome to May. Article 7.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Dauphiné.
I move the town vote to appropriate $498,523 for state aid highway purposes and request, as requested by the Board of Selectmen, to be reimbursed by the Commonwealth under the provisions of the Transportation Bond Bill, so-called, and amendments thereto, for roadway construction, reconstruction, and improvements, including surface treatments and other work incidentals thereto.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 277 to 5. Article 8.
Oh, Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Thomas.
I move the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to accept and enter into contracts for the expenditure of any funds allotted by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for construction, reconstruction, or improvements to public roads.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 277 to 5. Article 9.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Spinney.
I move the town vote to authorize the total expenditures for the revolving funds as printed in the 2019 annual town meeting warrant pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2019, to be expended in accordance with the bylaws heretofore approved.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 269 to 12. Article 10.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Prisby.
I move that the town vote to pass over Article 10.
Second.
Motion to pass over Article 10 with no further discussion. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 240 to 28. Article 11.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Hannah.
I move the town vote to appropriate $313,306 from the PEG access account to fund the FY20 Grafton Community Television budget as presented.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 233 to 45. Article 12.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dauphiné.
I move the town vote to authorize the treasurer collector, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, to borrow money from time to time in anticipation of the revenue of the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2019, in accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 4, and amendments thereto, and to issue a note or notes as may be given for a period of less than 1 year in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 17, and amendments thereto.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 249 to 30. Article 13.
Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Thomas.
I move the town vote to raise and appropriate $50,000, said sum to be added to the unemployment compensation account for the purposes of paying the unemployment compensation expenses of the town.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 256 to 25. Article 14.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Spinney.
I move the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to request the funding of transportation services from the WRTA and to contract for and provide elderly buses in the town of Grafton for the period of July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare the motion carried, 266 to 15. Article 15.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Prisby.
I move the town vote to pass over Article 15.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to pass over Article 15 without any further discussion. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 257 to 18. Article 16.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Hannah.
I move the town vote to transfer $30,000 from free cash for the purpose of funding the salary of a part-time economic development specialist.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 192 to 77. I'm sorry. It's you know, what I look at up here is every time you hit the button, yes or no, it comes up on the screen here as the amount of come up. And sometimes some of the things like people must get bored pushing yes and they just push no, just for the heck of it. Anyway, Article 16. 17, sorry.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dauphiné.
I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $24,000 from the fiscal year 2020 Community Preservation Fund balance for CPC purposes for the purpose of funding the operation budget of the Community Preservation Committee.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion 252 to 21. Article 18.
Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Thomas.
I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $79,950 from the Community Preservation Open Space Reserve account for the purpose of making the 11th interest and principal payment on the $1.2 million bond issued for the purchase of the Pell Farm property.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 253 to 13. Article 19.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Spinney.
I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $72,450 from the fiscal year 20 Community Preservation historical reserve account for the purpose of making the fifth interest and principal payment on the 1.1 million bonds issued for the restoration of the Grafton Townhouse.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare the motion carried, 246 to 20. Article 20.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Prisby.
I move the town vote to appropriate $651,723 with $451,723 from the Community Preservation Act undesignated fund balance account and $200 from CPA FY 2020 revenue for the purpose of restoring the historic Grafton Common, with such funds to be expended by June 2021.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. I'm sorry. Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those, I'm sorry. Oh, Mr. Yeoman, this is yours? It is. Paul, do you have the presentation? Becca, are there slides?
Yep.
Mr. Yeoman, are you going to get up? I have no idea. I don't have a presentation written down for this one, so. Well, you want to do it? Yeah. Paul, thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator, are you going to give a presentation, Paul? Yes. That's what I thought. If you would back up.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Paul Scarlett. I am the clerk of the Historic District Commission. I want to be respectful of everyone's time, so this will be mercifully short. But I did feel that, and the entire committee felt that we would be remiss if we didn't take a few minutes to go over some of the key elements of this project. So this has been in the works for about 5 years. It's involved much research. We've hired a consultant, a landscape design consultant, through every step of the project. We've gotten a lot of input along the way, and what we are proposing is really the culmination of all that work. So what we are looking to, bottom line, is to create a more user-friendly park using historically relevant materials that leverage modern technologies to preserve and enhance the historic integrity of the Common. And just so you know, the Historic District Commission, our responsibility, our charge from the town is to preserve the Grafton Common Historic District and its historical integrity. So that's really our role. Some of the key elements of what we are looking to do is to recreate lit archways that used to adorn each of the entrances to the Common. There are some pictures on a display out in the lobby. If you are curious as to what they used to look like, we're looking to replicate them as closely as possible using modern materials that will not rust and to provide clearance to gain access into the Common. We're also looking to address safety concerns with regard to lighting. Today there is only one floodlight that is focused on the bandstand. The rest of the park at night is in complete darkness. We would like to address that by putting in period-appropriate lighting. So these would be lamp posts with lighting that would cover the entire pathway system within the Common. We also would like to move the electrical and cable service below ground. Right now there's one telephone pole feeding that service. It's right in the center by the bandstand. It's got a green box on it that provides all the access for the cable and communications. We would like to remove that pole and make that a much more attractive thing. We also are looking to address the walkways. Today, there are roots that are infiltrating up through the asphalt. It's cracked in a number of places. There are roots that are pushing up, creating a tripping hazard, and they need to be addressed. So we are looking to replace the existing asphalt, which is not a historically relevant material, with something that is relevant, which is brick. Brick is also ADA compliant, which I will go over in a moment. A couple of the smaller things in the project, we are looking to do some painting on the bandstand and the fencing. If you've been up there, they are badly in need of painting. And also there's some minor repair work that needs to be done on those. So some of the considerations with regard to the project. Brick was chosen after giving careful consideration of the alternatives that are out there, including concrete and asphalt. And the thing with brick is it lasts generations. It can last well over 100 years. None of the other materials last anywhere near that long. They tend to deteriorate. They fade. If you were trying to mimic the color of brick using a pigment, unless you regularly apply a sealant to that, you will have fading occur very quickly with the concrete. And we're not looking to create a situation where there's a lot of extra maintenance that is needed. I've lived in this town a while. It probably wouldn't happen if we went down that path. The other thing is ADA compliance. We definitely want to have a situation where we are compliant so that everybody can utilize the common. Brick is an ADA compliant material. There are ways to make sure that it is addressing that more favorably than others. For instance, if you use screen-cut bricks, they tend to be more level and even, which is easier for somebody using a stroller or a wheelchair. In addition to that, you can also lay the bricks vertically as opposed to horizontally so that you don't get a thud-thud noise as you're going along, which could be disturbing to people that have to use a wheelchair. So in addition to that, brick is sustainable and it is permeable. The asphalt is not permeable. I know there are people that are concerned about the trees. The existing asphalt walkways block water from getting to those roots. Brick allows it to go through. It's also a material that can be reused, making it recyclable. Other materials, while they can be recycled, have a lot more work involved in doing that, which means that you have, and that tends to lessen the attractiveness of going that route. Also, we wanted to make sure that we were utilizing a historically relevant material. Brick and stone dust are really the only two materials that would have been used in the 19th century. And we would like to bring one of those back. Again, maintenance with stone dust, while it's cheaper to install originally, the maintenance on it would very quickly add up. It would create puddling and sinkholes and would have the potential for creating tripping hazards. So the bottom line is brick, while the overall expense is higher initially, with the longevity and the low maintenance, it is actually the most cost-effective choice. Bandstand accessibility, there's been some folks that have expressed concern with that. We're concerned with accessibility to the bandstand as well. The town is right now going through an evaluation, an ADA self-evaluation, where they're looking at all the sites across the town where accessibility is a concern. And once they have completed that, will be prioritizing that list and then applying for grants. And we certainly look forward to working with the town when the time is right to address that. But it is not in the scope of what you have before you tonight. Concern for the trees. I know there's some literature passed out tonight. That is a concern, and I thank Bill for raising that concern. We have had a landscape consultant on this project from the start. We have been aware that damage to root systems can happen. In fact, it will happen. And I would mention to you, and I did already, that there are existing root issues right now on the walkways, creating trip hazards. to be addressed. So no matter what you do to address those, whether you're replacing the existing asphalt with another coat of asphalt, or you're putting in concrete, or you're putting in brick, you are going to have the potential for damage to those trees. What you want to do is mitigate that risk. We are looking to do that. We view ourselves as stewards of the common. That is the role that we play in this town. And we are going to be having an arborist on our project, consulting with us to make sure that the work gets done in a way that mitigates the risk to the trees. In addition, I wanted to talk about the functionality of the common. Today it gets used for all sorts of events. None of the work that we are proposing will change any of that. The archways that are going in will be designed with enough clearance to allow for vehicles to enter when they need to unload. The brick is certainly more than strong enough to be able to handle that occasional traffic. Funding, I just wanted to make sure that everyone was clear that this is coming from CPA funding, 90% of it. These are funds that CPA already has on hand to use. They don't have to take out a loan. There's no new taxes associated with it. And what you need to understand is that CPA funding can only be used for 4 distinct purposes. One of those being historic restoration work, which is what this is. Affordable housing is another, open space, and recreation. It can't be used for our schools, it can't be used for other purposes. It has to be one of those. And finally, just a few final thoughts. The Common is the centerpiece of our town. It is a unique, and assets need to be taken care of and maintained. This project that's before you will both preserve and enhance the Common. And again, I just want to reiterate, as stewards of the Common, we will take all appropriate steps to ensure that the work is done in a manner that is appropriate and will mitigate damage to the trees. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 20. Mr. Yeoman.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Bill Yeomans, 297 Providence Road, South Grafton. Before us tonight is a plan seeking our approval to $651,000 in Community Preservation Act funds to rejuvenate Grafton Common. Before I outline and discuss my reasons for speaking in opposition to this proposal, I want you to know that I also greatly value the appearance and future of our unique town common. I've spent with 15 other volunteers a lot of time over the past few years ensuring that the common is beautiful and the gardens are beautiful in front of the townhouse, and they're hardy and they thrive today. And many of you in the audience have also supported that effort in your contributions to the Garden Fund. I'm not opposed to using CPA funds to improve the town common. However, I'm strongly opposed to replacing the existing blacktop walkways with brick pavers. And I'm going to go into a little detail as to why that is the case. The existing ways have functioned well for decades, offering a suitable flat surface for all walkers and many community gathering events, while also accommodating wheelchair users and others using assistive walking devices. Why am I so opposed to this walkway? I'm not opposed to the project, I'm opposed to the walkway, and they can't be separated. The dangers of root disturbance. This is the first graphic that I put together for this, and the dangers that exist in disturbing the roots, it's major. It's not a minor disruption of the roots supporting these massive trees on the walkways in the town common. Excavating for a new walkway, excavating the trench to the deeper depth required for a brick walkway will require cutting many structural and feeder roots that have grown in the wide root flare area of the trees alongside and under the existing blacktop walkway. The trees that are there are 7 large, very large, mature trees that have been there for decades along that walkway. There is no problem with water feeding those trees. There are 5 maples and I believe 2 white oaks. Maples have a very shallow root structure to them. This installation of the brick walkway will ultimately be the cause, in my opinion, of the demise eventually of these trees. If I could have the next graphic, please. I took these pictures because when I heard of this project coming before town meeting, I wanted to look and understand myself what impact this was going to have. This is the first tree on the left as you come in from across the country store. It's 132 inches in circumference. It's a 42-inch diameter tree. The critical root zone of a tree is that area where the structural roots and the feeder roots go out from a tree. A tree of this diameter has a root drip line of approximately 42 feet. They figure a foot for each inch of diameter of the tree. This is a massive tree. The structural and feeder roots exist within that 8-foot walkway closest to the trunks and in the first 24 inches of soil depth. These are shallow-rooted trees. If I could have the next graphic, please. If I can get this paper apart. What's under the existing blacktop walkway? The blacktop is probably about 3 inches thick. If you could x-ray those walkways, this is, I think, what you'd see. The underlying roots that you see pointed out here in the dotted yellow line, these are massive amounts of feeder roots and structural roots. The structural roots come out from the base of the tree and flare out. That's what keeps the tree upright. This is a picture of a 42-inch tree in our backyard where the roots are exposed. They don't have loam on top of them. It should have some loam. It will have some loam when I finish. But this is what exists and what will be taken up to put in a brick walkway. If I may have the next slide, please. I'd like you to look at this illustration that I captured in a screen grab and the dangers of root disturbance. That's a good illustration of the structural capacity of a tree, a 42-inch diameter tree, just one of the 7 major trees that exist on the walkways. The next slide, please. What are the dangers of root disturbance? If you take the base of that tree, what is going to be required is an 8-inch crushed stone base plus a leveling agent, and your bricks are on top of that. I submit to you that if you want to kill a tree in your yard, go out around that tree and dig down 8 inches and cut all those roots, and you will achieve that death of that tree and its demise in the next few years. So I suggest to you that this project is a valuable project. We see evidence of that. On the bridge area where the Community Preservation Act and the Fire Department jointly did a beautiful job. Every time I drive by there, I think it's great. It's great use of CPA money. This walkway should not be taken up to put down a brick walkway that is going to greatly endanger the trees that exist on the town common. And if you would do the last one. If I could have the next slide, please. Oh, we can leave it at this. Sometimes batteries don't work.
No channels.
I'm voting against this warrant article, and I prepared this presentation to look at why we should not remove that blacktop. The excavation will require major root cutting and disturbance, creating the heightened probability of tree canopy failure and disease leading to their early demise. You cannot take out and dig a trench a foot deep when the roots are 3 inches under that blacktop. It's going to endanger greatly those trees. The trees, when you cut the roots, they'll be more susceptible to being blown by winds. I cannot imagine a Grafton Common without the beauty and majestic size of these trees that exist here today. You can talk all you want about spending money on new trees. They have in their budget $14,000 to spend on new trees. $6,000 is to remove a few of the bad trees that are there. I do not want to endanger this. I think they should go back to the drawing board, and they should come forth to the town meeting in the fall with a new proposal that does not include the brick walkway. Thank you for your time.
Further discussion on Article 20? Yes.
Bill Nicholson, 33 North Street. I'm a member of the Grafton Historic District Commission. I'd like to introduce to you our consultant on this project, Nick Burnett from Upton, who is very experienced in these things, and he'll explain to you how we agreed to our plan dealing with the trench for the excavation for the brick and how we're going to mitigate the problem with the roots. And he'll also explain to you some of his qualifications.
Hi, my name is Nick Burnett. I am certified by the Arnold Arboretum and Harvard University in landscape design and installation. I studied this for years. I work in the field on a daily basis, taking care of people's trees, landscapes, huge space. I also used to be in forestry. I was a logger. I've done it all. Was an organic farmer before that. So Bill Yeoman's concerns are absolutely valid that there is a danger to the trees. There's also a danger to the trees in the gypsy moth infestations we've had every year. And there's not a choice about updating these paths. It has to be done. It's a danger now, not doing the lights. But just to speak to the health of these trees, I've consulted with numerous people who I know through work, different arborists. There are ways to mitigate the damage. The biggest being now what they do in places like Harvard University, all of these big campuses where you have 100-year-old trees that you have to make sure are preserved when you redo the brick pathways. All of those places, if you notice, are paved in brick. They go in, they assess the roots, they take out the old material, and they actually use air to excavate. So rather than going to the excavator and chopping all of the roots, what they'll do is they'll remove the dirt with air, they'll go down, they'll examine the roots, the arborist will assess which roots are going to be the most important for structural integrity of the tree, which feeder roots are the most important, and then they'll address and actually prune the roots. So rather than just chopping, they're going through and treating the bottom of that tree the same way they treat the top. And throughout that process, these arborists are going to go and they're going to make sure that those trees are as healthy as they can be. It's their vested interest to make a tree live a long time, and that's really what we're looking at doing, is the most responsible way. You know, just to also speak to it, my hobby for years and years was bonsai trees. You can take a lot of roots off of a tree and have it be perfectly healthy. It's just about reducing that stress to the tree and how that's gone about. And we have the ability to do that. It was included as part of the scope of work in this project, and I hope think that's a good project, and I think that it will result in the trees being healthy. Like I said, there's always a risk that something could happen to those trees with or without this project. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 20? Yes, sir. Yeah, nope. You got to come down here. Sorry. We could probably hear you in here, but the thousands and thousands of people who are sitting at home watching this can't.
Sorry, I'm new to this, but there's no harm. I think there's good cases made from both sides. Maybe we should not spend all 650, 1,000 same time. Split that into multi-year project, and maybe not touch the blacktop right now and do everything. I think we should probably just ask for 6 more months. So I think we should consider that. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 20? Yes, ma'am.
Stacy Herbert, 21 Stowe Road. I just had a question about like the time frame of this. What months were you looking at proposing it? The Common is an extremely well-used space. Traffic is an extreme issue there, getting supplies in and out already. I'm just curious, like what months you're thinking about doing this. We have like a large communities events that happen there, the farmers market. You know, a lot of our kids after school in the spring and summer and early fall like to gather in that area, so that way they're not causing trouble after school. Young moms like to go and picnic there and vice versa. So what's your time frame? Because winter time would be optimal, but obviously not for you guys in the trees.
Paul?
So basically, if this funding gets approved, and by the way, to answer the recommendation of the other gentleman, we cannot vote to change, and Ray can tell me if I'm wrong, but you can't vote to change anything that's on a CPC warrant article. It's either approved as is or it is not. But to answer your question, our plan is if we get the funding to, during the summer and fall, to work to put together the requests for the bids, and then to go out to bid in the wintertime, because that is the best time to go out for bid. You're going to get your best bids during that time. The contractors are looking for work. So our plan would be then to go out and do the actual work in the spring and finish it as quickly as we can, knowing that the Common is certainly a location that everyone is using throughout the season. There are other places within town that can accommodate some of the events that are held there. Mill Villages Park being a prime one that I would recommend, and we will work with the Recreation Commission and any of the groups that hold events in town. I know the Historical Society has their antiques sale, and we would definitely want to work with them. If we can stage it such that parts of the Common can be open, we'll certainly do that, but we won't know fully until we actually move forward and have a contractor on it. And actually, you know, we will include that in the bidding documents, that they would work with us to mitigate the amount of time that the Common cannot be used. I don't know what happened to Mike. The excavation, I am told by our landscape design consultant, needs to take place during the winter. So at least that piece of it could take place during the winter months before spring.
Further discussion? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Scott Sharpent. Hello. Hey. Scott Charpentier, 58 Barbara Jean. The landscape architect had mentioned the stress that oaks have undergone with the gypsy moths the past couple of years and the drought before. Has there been any thought about how to manage the oaks in particular? Not necessarily the same as the maples? our oak stock in other communities are just devastated.
Yeah, so I live in Upton, so we're in the same boat. Actually, the bulk of the trees in the common are old oaks. There's some Norway maples, which are debatably actually a problem tree in the state, but the oaks are actually a better candidate for what we're talking about. There's a type of wilt that they can get, which is why the excavation has to happen in the winter, which is what I just said to Paul. That's, the arborists have all said, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna come out in the winter. We want the blacktop removed. We'll do all of the pruning, all of the excavation. So that is also part of just reducing the stress.
It might be a tough year. They're already stressed, that's all.
Yeah, so it's just reducing stress to an absolute minimum, and doing it in the winter is the same.
Mr. Lane.
Ricker Lane, 19 Ferry Street. My concern is I believe there should be bollards at every granite post, at every entrance, and at most concerts on the common as well as the farmers markets. And I have watched numerous box trucks back up into the common, breaking branches off of trees. I've stopped many of the trucks from backing up over children that are running around because they're not paying attention. They just want to get their stuff. I don't believe any motorized vehicles or big trucks should be allowed on the common, just like at Mill Village. In South Grafton, there was damage done. They put up blockage so that vehicles cannot go on the park. So I think that's one of my biggest concerns up there, the damages that are done, and no one's policing it, no one's watching out for that when it happens, and it's a very busy place. So I believe that, I know one of the entrances has a granite post that they can't back up into. I think the other entrances should have them as well, including this design.
Further discussion on Article 20. Hearing none, I'm going to read the article again. It was Mr. Prisby's article. I move that the town appropriates $651,723, with $451,723 coming from Community Preservation Act undesignated fund balance account and $200,000 coming from CPA FY 2020 revenue for the purpose of restoring the historic Grafton Common, with such funds to be expended by June 2021, with no further discussion. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare the motion carried 155 to 136. Article 21.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Hannah.
I move the town vote to appropriate $10,000 from the Community Preservation Historic Reserve account for the purpose of restoring the 1848 Howard and Davis scale and cabinet, with such funds to be expended by June 2021.
Second.
Motion made and second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried 214 to 44. Article 22.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Dauphiné.
I move that appropriate $30,000 from the Community Preservation Act undesignated fund balance for the purpose of updating Grafton's 1991 inventory of historical and cultural resources, with such funds to be expended by June 2021.
Second.
Motion made and second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare the motion carried 222 to 41. Article 23.
Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Thomas.
I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $41,500 from the Community Preservation Act undesignated fund balance account for design engineering work to determine costs for recreational upgrades by Grafton Lions Club, Dauphiné Park, with such funds to be expended by June 2021.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 206 to 62. Article 24.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Spinney.
I move the town vote to transfer $10,000 from free cash for the purposes of funding the long-range information technology maintenance account pursuant with Article 17 of the May 12, 2014 annual town meeting.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 244 to 23. Article 25.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Prisby.
I move that the town vote to pass over Article 25.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to pass over Article 25 with no further discussion. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 233 to 15. Article 26.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Hannah.
To accept the following hydrants from the South Grafton Water District. Number 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 241 to 7. Article 27.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Dauphiné.
I move the town vote to accept the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22nd G, insert by Section 15 of Chapter 218 of the Acts of 2018, known as the Act Relative to Veterans Benefits, Rights, Appreciation, Validation, and Enforcement, quote-unquote, the BRAVE Act, as set forth in Article 27 of the May 2019 Annual Town Meeting warrant.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare the motion carried, 245 to 19. Article 28.
Mr. Moderator.
Mrs. Thomas.
I move the town vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, 5, Clause 22nd H, inserted by Section 15 of Chapter 218 of the Acts of 2000, known as the Act Relative to Veterans Benefits, Rights, Appreciation, Validation, and Enforcement, or the BRAVE Act, as set forth in Article 28 of the May 2019 Annual Town Meeting warrant.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 230 to 28. Article 29.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Spinney.
I move the town vote to accept the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5N, to create a Veterans Property Tax Workout Program.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? None. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried 243 to 19. Article 30.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Prisby.
I move that the town vote to accept the proposed amendments to the Grafton zoning bylaw as printed in Article 30 of the town meeting warrant and as described and presented in the planning board report.
Motion made and seconded. Report of the planning board.
At our hearing on this article, the town planner reviewed the purpose of the article was to amend sections of the zoning bylaws according to the village mixed-use district associated with the village mixed-use district based on recommendations of the Worcester Street Village Strategic Plan. It was completed July 2017. The planning board began working on the development of a village zoning bylaw with funding provided through a state planning assistance grant. The planning board held a series of public workshops to solicit neighborhood and community input for the development of a village bylaw. The village bylaw utilized the existing village mixed-use bylaw. The proposed article incorporates language proposed through the Worcester Street Village Strategic Plan. The article includes amendments that expand design criteria, allow additional development types, and creates a framework for utilizing the bylaw in other areas of the town. Based on the board's deliberation on the merits of the proposed amendment, the planning board voted unanimously to recommend acceptance of this article.
Further discussion on Article 30. Hearing none, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare it passed by the required 2/3, 206 to 47. Article 31.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Hannah.
I move that the town vote to amend the Grafton zoning bylaw as printed in Article 31 of the town meeting warrant and as in the planning board report.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Planning board report. Mr. Hassinger.
At the public hearing, the town planner reviewed the purpose of the article was to rezone 6 properties identified on the Village and Neighborhood Center VMU WS map and as referenced above to Village and Neighborhood Mixed Use Worcester Street Neighborhood Center VMU WS. This article rezones the area that was the subject of the Worcester Street Village Strategic Plan and implements recommendations of that plan. Based on input and feedback from the neighborhood that desired a continuation of existing mixed-use businesses and residential uses, the article rezones the area around 115 Worcester Street to encourage a mixed-use village center. Board members discussed the properties within the district and specifically whether the new gas station should be zoned village mixed use. Member Carol Tidman objected to the gas station property being in the district because the bylaw does not allow gas stations. Other members stated the gas station would become a legal non-conforming use and recommended keeping the property within the district for consistency with the neighborhood and to enable future redevelopment in line with the bylaw and the plan. Based on the board's deliberations on the merits of the proposed amendment, the planning board voted 4-1 to recommend acceptance.
Further discussion on Article 31. Hearing none, Vote. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion passed by the required two-thirds, 188 to 56. Article 32.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Dauphiné.
I move the town vote to amend the Grafton zoning bylaws as printed in Article 32 of the town meeting warrant and as described and presented in the planning board report.
Motion made and seconded. Report of the planning board.
At the public hearing, the town planner stated the purpose of the article was recommendations of the 2017 North Grafton Transit Village Strategic Plan by rezoning the properties located at 120, 122, and the front portion of 100 Westboro Road from office light industrial to Village and Neighborhood Center, Transit Village Neighborhood Center, VMU-TV. Completed in 2017, July 2017, the North Grafton Transit Village Strategic Plan recommended a number of zoning amendments to support the plan. The plan envisioned a mixed-use village area centered around the commuter rail station with housing, retail, office, and pedestrian accommodations. The rezoning of the former Grafton State Hospital in the fall of 2017 was based on recommendations in the plan. Based on the board's deliberations on the merits of the proposed amendment, the planning board voted unanimously to recommend acceptance.
Further discussion on Article 32. Mr. McInerney.
Sorry. Everybody awake? We're doing a lot of zoning articles. This one in particular is important for Route 30 and diversification of our economic tax base. So it's important to note that the studies we've done that supported these recommendations and the work of the planner and the planning board to get these articles before you are important to further that economic development in that corridor.
Next. Further discussion on Article 32. Hearing none, this requires a two-thirds vote. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried, 222 to 35. Article 33.
Mr. Moderator.
Ms. Thomas.
I move to see if the town will vote to amend the Grafton zoning bylaw as printed in Article 33 of the annual town meeting warrant and as described and presented in the planning board report.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Planning board report.
At the public hearing, the town planner stated that the purpose of the article was to allow marijuana retailers as a special permit use within the community business district. The town planner said that a number of people have approached the town to open a retail shop, but there was a lack of viable locations allowed under Coning's current zoning for a retailer to rent space. Board members discussed the town meeting in February 2018, did not pass the zoning article to include marijuana retailers in the community business district. Though it did receive a majority of the votes, it did not receive the two-thirds required. Based on the board's deliberations on the merits of the proposed amendment, the planning board voted unanimously to recommend the article.
Further discussion on Article 33. Yes, ma'am.
Michelle Dalal, 16 Aspen. I'm a pediatrician. The distribution of retail facilities in multiple areas throughout Grafton, especially those frequented by kids, poses great risk to our youth. These community business districts those around Stop and Shop and Swirls and Scoops. Research shows students in communities which allow and have increased numbers of recreational and retail marijuana shops use more marijuana than in communities which do not allow this. Use of marijuana in young adults and adolescents less than age 25 poses grave risk to brain function that jeopardizes their educational, professional, and social achievements. Diversion, which means getting marijuana to the wrong people's hands, youth, is a big problem in communities with more retail marijuana shops. This is why many towns have chosen to opt out of marijuana sales completely. We have a social responsibility to protect the public, especially our youth, from the exposure to harm when scientific investigation has found significant risk. Recent reports from Colorado show a great increase in motor vehicle accidents, accidental poisonings, and illicit drugs stemming from first-time marijuana use. We have already zoned for marijuana in areas of Grafton, which are the light industrial and industrial areas. We need more community impact research throughout the country and locally before we give approval for more zoning, especially in areas where our high school students and middle school students go to. Please vote no and oppose this article. Vote number 2.
Yes, sir. Nope, I'm sorry. Tim.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Scott Charpentier, 58 Barbara Jean Street. The, one of the areas that's in commercial business is that section where the Cumberland Farms used to be. It's now a Verizon store. They went through the planning board's process to get approval for a medical marijuana facility there and withdrew without prejudice before it was approved, I believe. We have 2 host agreements currently being drafted, right, for retail marijuana use in town?
That's correct. We're talking to others, but yes.
All right, so one of the statements that the planning board had, the planning board's report, was that applicants for recreational marijuana retail are having a hard time finding locations. Well, they found 2 successfully in town. Excuse me? So, you know, I'd rather let what we've decided last year see its course for a little while, see if we get the retail we're looking for tax revenue, and not expand it to the business district we said no to last year. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jeremy Graves for Whitney Street. Excuse me. I stand in support of this. We voted as a town to allow sale in this town. We need revenue in this town. As has been recognized by the planning board and others, we are not a commercially attractive town in terms of the properties that are available. We're a very attractive town in terms of our community because demographically we project as one that would support it. This process requires special planning, special review by the planning board. This process, I'm not sure what the source of the other data presented was, but historically communities have benefited from the inclusion of these dispensaries and other marijuana operations in their town. They are highly secured. They face incredible penalty if they violate the terms of their operation. They will be shut down. And as far as the community, the studies have shown that for dispensaries, straight up retail dispensary, the impact on the community is the equivalent to a bank going in, because there is increased security on the property. There is a halo effect to other businesses. The way we have zoned retail marijuana sales today prohibits that halo effect. Because, okay, I'm going to go up behind the train station to go make a purchase. Well, any other store that might benefit from my foot traffic isn't there. These districts are for commercial development. This is the best commercial development opportunity we will see. I agree. I know how we voted last year. You all heard last year, so I won't repeat myself. But this is not the boogeyman. This does not hurt kids worse than a liquor store. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It is easier to control, it is less harmful, and I hope this town will someday understand this is not something to be afraid of. This is an opportunity to be welcomed. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, sir.
Lloyd Fisher, 5 Putnam Lane. As a pediatrician myself, I see what's happening to our youth in our community, both in this community and the community where I practice medicine. And while we're not going to be able to change the overall state law or even the zoning that we already approved in this town, what we can do availability and the access to children. As has been previously stated, we know this with alcohol, we know this with tobacco, even though there are age restrictions and other rules and regulations. The more availability that children have to these products, the more ways they will find to get it from other people who can purchase it legally. We did our due diligence a few years ago, and yes, maybe the financial impact and the halo effect will not be as great, but we have to balance that with the safety of our children. And I'm very concerned what I'm seeing every day. There's been a significant increase in youth usage that I have personally seen in my patients over the last few years, and anything that we can do to limit the availability to that very vulnerable population. So I urge us to proceed with caution. We already have these 2 host agreements. Let's see how those work out. We have other areas of town where we have allowed, and we are moving forward with those, so I do not any reason to expand the areas of town where these products can be purchased. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 33? Rick?
Rick Schultz, 11 English Road. All right, let's get off the witch hunt of marijuana. This stuff has been around for years. It has been illegal for years. And all my adult life, ever since 18 years old, I've been able to find marijuana. It didn't matter whether or not it was legal. It didn't matter whether or not it was coming from a store. It didn't matter what. Same thing with alcohol. At the age of 16, I was drinking like a fish. Okay? It doesn't matter whether it's legal or not. It's going to find its way into the youth. It's been that way ever since teenagers were teenagers. Now, we have a chance here to finally start making some money in this town and bringing in some business. Legal marijuana sales is not going to kill our youth because they're already smoking. They're already doing it. They are smoking from the guy who can legally grow 6 marijuana plants in his basement and getting a pound of marijuana from it. They don't have to go to the stores. They just go to their buddy. So the idea that these stores are going to corrupt the youth of this town is absolutely ridiculous. It's just not going to happen because they're already corrupted. Thank you.
Discussion.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
I'm sorry, if I may,
Frisbee.
quickly before we vote, I just want to make a point about the host community agreements. Yeah, we've got 2 applications. In fact, we're about to have 3, 2 approved. We can get as many as we want. In fact, one of the business strategies of a lot of these shop owners is to put out multiple ones, and then once they get to the state level for approval, they'll pick the location that they like the best. So simply because we have 2 community host agreements right now doesn't mean we have 2 shops that are about to open. So either way, whether you're going to put this in an industrial light district or commercial business, eventually you're going to have 2. And the sooner, in my opinion, you put one in community business, the more money you're going to make. Now, this is a perfectly legal product that we voted for in this town. The question seems to me to be whether or not you're interested in the money. And right now, as we're facing a deficit possibly next year projected of So, do you want the business or not? Thanks.
Further discussion on Article 33? Yes, sir.
I don't mind people using it. There's no problem. But why let government make money in the form of taxation? That's what they're talking about, revenue, right? Because you want to make some people use it, make them addicted right from young age. Either it could be alcohol, cigarettes. Now all insurance companies are saying that cigarettes are bad. Everybody was using it. Government makes money on it. And then where is the money going? If money to be spent, it's spent in wrong ways. Make it legal, let everybody grow. The day that why is the government slowing down in giving licenses? They're very slow. Let every town have their own shop, then there's no problem. The reason is because in Leicester, I cannot really say the name of the town, when you go there, I heard you have to park 2 miles away from the shop and they'll bus you. They have a transportation to take you to the location because they cannot accommodate the traffic. The problem is not the store. It's about how many other town people are going to come into our town and cause traffic problems, accidents. Users, when they're driving under influence, they could cause problems. They could be killing our kids on the street. They could be hitting us as well. Why don't you find locations where from residential areas where they can do whatever they want? Let them just grow a forest and live in it. There's no problem. But why bring those stores into our residential areas? That's the problem. So I'm not opposed to using it, but just be cautious on what you're asking for. And if there is going to be revenue, and if there is a store in the neighborhood, will that neighborhood get more money? Will those neighborhoods get tax benefits? Or is it going to be for the rest of the town? Why have a store in somebody's street but have the benefit for the whole town? So there's a lot to be discussed. If it's going to be next to my house, then I want that benefit. I want that revenue. How will you give that to me? When you're ready to discuss that, then put a store next to my house. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. McInerney.
I just want to remind the bylaw, February 2018, that tied retail sales to liquor license, which is limited to 2. So the 2 host agreements, if they were to come to fruition, we would max out at 2. We do have an understanding from those same retailers that are going in the OLI district, they would like to be in CB. But I think if it works with the 2, we'll only have 2 anyways.
Yes, ma'am.
Irene Murphy on Perry Street. A lot of this discussion is centered around children, but these marijuana shops are for adults. They don't sell to children. And there are adults that need medical marijuana for pain relief. And I think that they need to have access, and that's why I think we need this store. Thank you.
Can we move the question?
I'm going to accept that in just 1 second. I very rarely speak from this podium, but I am going to say that if you think marijuana is going to solve the tax revenue problems that this town and other towns have, you're wrong. It's not going to do it. Move the question. Motion made and second to move the question. If you vote in the affirmative, we will stop all discussion on Article 33. If you vote in the negative, we will continue Article 33 discussion. All those in favor of moving the question, vote, press 1 for yes and 2 for no. Voting is closed. Uh,
Sorry, too quick on the trigger here. It's 259 yes.
No, 174 yes. 174 yes.
Yes. The total was, I think, around 259, so it would have been like
We're moving the question. So the article before you, and I'm going to read it, it's Article 33, to see if the town will vote to amend the Grafton zoning bylaw as printed in Article 33 of the annual town meeting warrant and as described and presented in the planning board report. This is a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare the motion defeated, 176 to 95. Nope, hang on, sorry. That's a 2/3 vote. I'm sorry. It didn't, wow, you guys got me going. It did not pass, 176 to 95. Article 34. Mr. Spinney.
Sorry, I'm back. I move to see if the town will vote to amend the Grafton zoning bylaw as printed in Article 34 of the annual town meeting warrant and as described and presented in the planning board report.
Seconded report of the planning board.
At the public hearing, the town planner explained that the existing multifamily dwelling bylaw has no affordability requirement. Since all units approved under the bylaw would be market rate, the town will continue to fall behind in meeting its obligation to provide 10% of its housing stock as affordable and will leave the town vulnerable to 40B development. The bylaw that already allows for 8 units per acre is proposed to be amended to require 20% of the units in an ownership development to be affordable and 25% of the units in a rental development to be affordable. Based on deliberations on the merits of the proposed amendment, the planning board voted unanimously to recommend acceptance.
Further discussion on Article 34. Hearing none, this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. Declare the motion carried by the required 2/3, 191 to 43. Article 35. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Barry Smith. Do you need the modified motion now?
No, when you're done.
Okay. I am representing myself. I'm not representing any board or committee. And so why in heaven's name did I submit this citizen's petition
Barry,
to change the name?
The motion's not on the floor yet. You got to read it.
Okay.
Okay. No, I'm just...
To see if the town will vote to rename the Board of Selectmen to Select Board and render required text changes to the town charter and town bylaws as necessary.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. So why did I submit this thing? Because words are important. Words shape perceptions, and perceptions can be powerful. A little story. attended the Citizens Legislative Seminar in Boston. Is Senator Moore still here? I wanted to give him a shout out for letting me go to that thing. I met State Senator Harriet Chandler there, and she opened her part of the training session with a little biography. Bachelor's degree, master's degree, 2 doctorates. Her second was for expertise in government. In her career, she was one of the first married women allowed to teach in the Worcester schools, Worcester high schools. In the 90s, she was the only woman on her Worcester school committee, then ran as state representative. She was also the first woman elected from Worcester to the state Senate, and then was elected as the 94th Senate president, but only the second woman elected as the Senate president. And yet, each time she considered making a move to another position that would let her do more for her area, she was reluctant, she was hesitant, because she said she perceived that women just don't do these things. Okay, interesting comment from one person. You should have seen the reaction from the women in that seminar. 63 of us all together, 40 women. They gave her a standing ovation. Now, none of these women were snowflakes. Every one of them had significant positions, either as senior hospital administrators. There was a couple of union negotiators. That's a job you can have. They had positions in their towns, significant positions in their towns. Some of them were in the state. One of them was sharp, smart, responsive, positive. But they all resonated with this issue of perceptions. Now, Senator Chandler also said, gotta have your notes. Senator Chandler also made a comment that kind of brought it all back to me. It takes a community to develop public policy. And that's why I am here asking my community, our community, to make this little change in a public policy. Let's bring this down to Grafton's context. This form of government, this open town meeting, is a 17th century institution. The first open town meeting was in Plymouth in 1622, almost 400 years. That's a pretty long tradition. But this is the 21st century. This is the age of inclusion and diversity. Times change. And how has Grafton done in this modern era? In the last 58 years, since 1961, there have been 5 women on this committee, only 5. In those 58 years, there were 241 seats available. Back in the 60s, 70s, into the 80s, 3 people were elected. Now it's 5. 241 seats, 87% were taken by men, 13% by women. Now look, we know there's no law, no rules, no bylaw, no charter statement that says women cannot apply. But 5 women? 13%? How about the word select? That's a powerful word, because everybody who runs for this board puts themselves out in front of their community. It's fun standing here like this. And they say, this is what I think we can do for our town. And then the town selects them, votes for them. That's a word we need to keep. They are selected. But how about other boards and committees in Grafton? Are there any others that are gender specific? Is there a school committee of men? Is there a board of assessors of men? No. This is the only one that is gender specific. How about other Massachusetts towns? Are we unique? Since in 2017, there were 30 towns that had adopted select board. Now, years later, there are 90 towns. For those of you who have been following the debate on Facebook, it was 74, now it's 90. That's because this is town meeting season, and these things are changing. Now, when this gets approved, says he, and that's a woman. Anyway, so, I know he looks a lot taller on television, doesn't he? Anyway, so, 3 things would have to happen before you all vote in favor of this. The charter and bylaws have to be revised. Charter revision has to get a 2/3 approval at fall town meeting, no rush. And then it has to go, the charter and bylaws have to go to the state attorney general. And I spoke with Senator Moore's legal counselor, and I spoke with the assistant attorney general based out of Worcester, who's responsible for municipal law and reviewing all of these bylaws and charters. There's a fun job. And they said, look, you submit this, your town clerk submits it, they follow the forms online, they submit them, and since this is a relatively simple change, it shouldn't take a great deal of time. Okay, so all of that makes me say I'm asking for you to vote in favor of this initiative.
Further discussion on Article 35.
Ask questions, I have answers. Ask questions.
Hearing none, all those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting's closed. I declare the motion carried 166 to 93. Ladies and gentlemen, I usually wait till a little later in the meeting, but it's pretty late right now. All of your clickers have to go back. When you leave, there's going to be boxes outside in the out there cafeteria to drop off your clickers. You know, this takes, Matt, are you all set? Okay, hang on 1 second. All of this takes a lot of energy by a lot of people, and you can't possibly thank every one of them, but you know, Tim and Becca and Candy, Jenny Kramer, the Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, Bill on the cameras over here, who's been there for many, many years, Cindy Ide, who's helped me out tremendously during this process, and everybody else. And I'm sure I forgot somebody, but thank you very much to everybody. Article 36. Mr. Often.
Mr. Moderator.
Oh, hang on. Do you want to clap? Oh, you took a picture? Doesn't he look cute? Yeah.
I make a motion the town vote to create a capital bylaw committee whose function is to create a proposed bylaw establishing capital improvement planning committee as described in the Grafton Town Charter. The committee will research the capital planning function and define in the proposed bylaw a strong mandate for the capital improvement planning committee. The membership of the capital improvement bylaw committee will consist of 1 member of the Board of Selectmen, 1 member of the Finance Committee, 1 member of the School Committee, and 2 members at large to be appointed by the town moderator. The Capital Improvement Bylaw Committee will be dissolved immediately after the 2019 Fall Town Meeting. So, my name's Matthew Often. I live at 79 Old Westboro Road. I'm a current member of CIPC as well as Finance Committee.
Matt, can we just get it on the floor first? Second. Thank you. Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Mr. Often.
Yes. So I'm on both CIPC as well as Finance Committee, but I'm not representing either committee. committees with this initiative. I know it's late, so I promise I will be brief. I had 2.5 pages, but I'm going to cut it to a page and trust that it's going to pass. So I've been on CIPC for 3 years now. The way CIPC and the capital planning process currently works is that our town administrator has a roundtable capital congress meeting with all the budget holders, and in that meeting they gather all of the capital requests. He looks at those requests, goes through a prioritization process based on the amount of free cash that we have, and he makes decisions about what projects to fund. He then delivers that list to CIPC, which is the current CIPC. CIPC has 2 or 3 meetings and gives an up or down vote on the list that's proposed. So it's a pretty process. It works okay, but we could do a lot better. So just a few characteristics of the current process. CIPC inevitably gets the list fairly late in the process, so there isn't a lot of time to actually examine what's on it and kind of thoroughly vet it. Most of the work is solely focused on the business of the current year, so there isn't a lot of focus on the longer-term plan. It would be much better if capital planning wasn't so closely tied to the budget process. CIPC doesn't have a chance to meet with all the budget holders. We only have the chance to meet with budget holders of the current proposed projects. It would be a lot better if CIPC attended the Capital Congress with the town administrator and could better understand the prioritization of those projects. CIPC doesn't consider all projects. We only look at the project on the proposed list. CIPC should be looking at the full 5-year plan. We should be meeting with all the budget holders as needed to better understand the town's long-term needs. CIPC doesn't currently contribute to any trend analysis. For example, is our outstanding capital liability growing over time? I suspect it is, but at what rate and what impact will that have over time? We need data to allow for good decision making, so that could be improved. CIPC doesn't consider funding sources over time. New funding sources are extremely hard to come by, as we've talked about earlier in the meeting. As we look at potential override next year and look to add revenue through the sale of recreational marijuana, CIPC should be positioned to examine alternate ways to fund capital improvement other than just free cash. So these are just a few of the limitations of the current charge of the CIPC. The town charter envisioned a much more expansive and comprehensive capital planning committee, one that would better support the capital planning process. So what I'm proposing in this article is to create a new time-bound committee. So this would only exist until fall town meeting. The committee will examine capital planning best practices, compare that to Grafton's capital planning process, and agree on a proposed bylaw to create a new CIPC to bring to fall town meeting. So to be clear on what's being proposed, nothing envisioned will change the town administrator's responsibility or the budget process. CIPC will remain an advisory committee. I think it's important to rather than just coming to town meeting with a bylaw, that we form this committee that includes representatives from multiple entities as well as interested members of the public. So that will create that we need to come to fall town meeting with a good bylaw. So why would you want to vote for this? It allows for examination of the capital planning process to align with best practice. If the bylaw passes in the fall, it will create a much more valuable committee, and there's very little downside to this article. So if you don't like the bylaw in the fall, just vote it down.
Further discussion on Article 36. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Dana Wilson, 16 Seaver Farm Lane. I just wanted to ask you, who would decide who would be on this committee? Is there already Members, I'm not clear on that.
Sure.
Thank you.
So the Board of Selectmen, School Committee, and Finance Committee would appoint their own. They would choose. And then Mr. Mead would appoint the other two. Does that make sense?
Further discussion on Article 36? Hearing. Getting a little punchy up here. No further discussion on Article 36. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting's closed. Declare the motion carried 175 to 70. Article 37. Mr. Heavey.
My name is Bob Heavey. I represent the Farnhamsville Mill. I'm here to request the town to vote to amend the zoning bylaws section 3.2.3.1 use regulation table of the zoning bylaws to permit marijuana cultivators and marijuana manufacturing to cultivate and manufacture marijuana-related products in the village mixed-use of Grafton. The benefits to Grafton and particularly...
Mr. Heavey, you got to hang on. You didn't, yeah, okay. So let me just read what's in the warrant, okay, because you didn't quite read the same thing. And you tell me whether you agree to it. It says, I move that the town vote to amend zoning bylaws section 3231 use regulation table of the zoning bylaws to permit marijuana cultivators and marijuana manufacturing within the village mixed-use district of South Grafton as printed in the warrant.
That's fine.
You agree?
Yes.
Second, motion made and seconded. Mr. Heavey, you're on.
Thank you. The benefits to Grafton, in particular South Grafton, is this will breathe new life back into Farnhamsville. It will create a significant amount of employment opportunities, well-paying jobs with our cultivators or gardeners making starting wages of $18 an hour, and our shift managers and other management staff that will be within the building earning in the range of $100,000 a year. There will be day shifts as well as evening shifts available, and the jobs will be offered to the Grafton citizens, so they'll get the first opportunity in all the jobs that become available. The Farnhamsville Mill will receive a renovation that will include restoring the historical mill in an attempt to bring it back to its original glory. This is the first mill built in Grafton in 1812, and the only remaining original 18th century mill still surviving. The mill will be landscaped with trees along Providence Road and Depot Street, as well as the mill's parking area will be resurfaced and landscaped. The windows, which are currently boarded up, will be reopened and renovated or attempt to reproduce a historical correct. How badly the town needs additional cash. Well, this is one way to get it. And I hope you'll consider that this is a good thing for the town, especially for South Grafton. It'll give it a chance to get revitalized again. We'll be doing that entire building over, inside and out, and it'll be made to look like it made when it was first built. I hope you'll vote for the passage. Thank you.
Report of the Planning Board.
At the public hearing, the proponent of the petitioner's article stated the article has been submitted to permit cultivation and manufacturing of marijuana products through the issuance of a special permit in the Village Mixed Use District in South Grafton. It was stated that the existing Farnhamsville mill is being looked at for a cultivation and manufacturing facility, which would then provide the community with jobs and require significant investment and improvements to the mill building. The planner stated that the article would enable the planning board ability to review any proposal for a marijuana cultivation or manufacturing use within the district, in addition to the proposed mill site. It was noted that no retail use is proposed as part of the article. The public voiced support for the article and the reuse of the mill. Based on the board's deliberations on the merits of the proposed amendment, the planning board voted unanimously to recommend acceptance.
Further discussion on Article 37? Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, sir. My name is Prabhu. I live in South Grafton, 11 Lilac Lane with my wife and 2 children. I'm new to this process. I have not been to this process earlier. I'm here as a concerned father. In addition to that, for 25 years, I've been managing business and running business. That's what I do. I work for a large insurance in Boston. I'm not qualified, as Dr. Michel and the doctor here talked about the health and the psychological impacts of marijuana, but I am concerned about the location of this facility. But here today, I have a few points that I would like to raise and a few questions, sir. One, based on the research that has been shared with me, it seems the harvesting facilities are prone to cause significant environmental pollution to the neighborhood. The mitigation plans call for very expensive measures. The social and psychological damage also appears to be significant, and I don't know if the 3% impact fee is enough or is that sufficient. The questions I had, I appreciate any clarification around that, is I haven't seen a business plan. I would like to understand what's the business plan and what's the return on investment. How would you guarantee all the safety and the security measures and will not be compromised? What is the estimated cost of typical setup of these facilities? And what is the source of funding for these facilities? Factor that in as part of the overall business plan. Last 2 questions. Do you plan to directly own and manage this facility? Or do you plan to obtain the license and hand it off or sell this business opportunity to another venture? If you do plan to own and manage this, what is your past experience in managing a marijuana harvesting facility? Lastly, for the Board of Selectmen, Mr. Heavy did refer to Board of Selectmen felt this was a good idea. So I would like the Board of Selectmen, someone from the honorable team, to let us know why would you think this was a good idea. Educate us. That would really I would really appreciate that. And the last, apparently, if there are 2 other licenses that have been issued, would a town like Grafton need more? And what is the business need for that? Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Moderator.
Oh, Mr. Dauphiné.
So this is one of those things that I think we have to kind of weigh and balance. Mr. Heavy did come in and see us probably a month ago. We had a kind of a preliminary discussion as a board on the proposed project at the old mill. I think we would all really like to see that mill restored, rejuvenated, brought back to life, beautified on the outside, and become a working business in the South Grafton community. The problem with the proposal, though, is that if we open up the mill, which I think is a good site to have an operation like this, we have to open up the whole zoning district. And really haven't had a chance to vet that. I'm sure the planning board looked at all the possibilities of where other locations could go, some probably good and some maybe not so good. So it's difficult. We want to see the mill come back to life, One of the things that we did talk about was that there's an OLI district that's very, very close, almost all the way down to Harding Street, which is about half a block from the mill. If we could extend that down and incorporate the mill site into the OLI district and have the OLI district carry the marijuana operation instead of the district that it's currently in. So for me, it's a difficult decision, but I think it has value, but I think it needs to be vetted more. I think there's some other ideas that I think there could to make it, to bring the project to fruition for Mr. Heavey, but to protect the rest of the district. Thank you.
Mr. Heavey?
Well, I'm going to apologize before I get started. Because of my age and the hour of the night, I'm not going to remember everything you asked, but I'll try to do my best. Number one, almost everything you asked about is something that the state requires from us to make certain we take care of. There's no children can be affected by this. The product will never be seen by anyone, even being loaded. It'll be enclosed with any truck that comes to pick up a product will be brought within the building. Garage doors are closed, the truck will be weighed, the product will get weighed, and they'll get loaded on the truck. We're not having anybody other than the people who are working there. And we're going to have strong security inside and outside the building. So your neighborhood will be safer with this than it is now, because with no disrespect to the police department, they can't watch that area as well as we're going to watch it. We're required by the state to have extremely strong security systems. The computer system we have to use that monitors what happens, we have to have a count on the seeds we plant. And we have to enter the count of seeds. Let's say we're going to plant 5 plants. We start them with seeds. We have to enter the 5 seeds before we're allowed to even put them in the soil. Everything is controlled. As for your concern about are we going to cause some sort of health issues, we're putting in a special ventilating system. It's basically a charcoal system, much more elaborate than that, but I'm not a ventilation person, so I can't give you too much details on it. There'll be no odors whatsoever coming out of the building. There's no byproducts. We're not allowed to even throw stuff away. When we grow these plants and we take the part that we're going to be selling off, the rest has to be transported to a place that specializes in destroying it, or we have to destroy it on site. If you can hit me with some more of your questions, I'd be only too happy to.
May I? So what was your business plan? What is the estimated cost? What is the source of funding?
Okay, we're going to be spending millions, like I said, just alone on that. As much as I like to see it not happen, I get a feeling the building will be immediately revalued for significantly more. We're going to be spending millions of dollars on just the building itself. Our business plan, I didn't bring a business plan with me, but we have to submit that to the state before the state approves what we're doing. And as for our financing, we use banks.
And do you plan to own and...
I intend to own and...
Here's what you can't do. You can't make this a private conversation. Either you stand up and you get up to the mic, you ask a specific question, or you're all done.
I was just following up.
No, I understand, but we're not going to bang back a specific, a conversation here. So ask the question, and then Mr. Heavey will answer it, and we'll go from there.
So the other question is basically, I'll standing here between you and your sleep and my sleep. So I rest my case with this till I would have an opportunity to see the business case and the validation by the selectmen and the select board and the planning board, and also our police department in terms of the security measures. I do not feel comfortable, sir, So I urge everyone to vote no. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 37. Mr. Rodrigue.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tim Rodrigue, 31 Airport Road. What I'm hearing on this discussion tonight is this does not seem to have followed a normal process for a bylaw or zoning change, and that's what I'm opposed to. We have a process in place to have these done and fully vetted. We should follow that process and not try and put this through in a month like we or 2 months. So I would vote no on that for this reason only.
Bob, would you like to respond to that, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Respond to that. Mr. Rodrigue said that this didn't go through the normal process. I actually asked that same question at the Selectmen's meeting, and I got an explanation. So.
Most commonly, articles originate coming through the planning board, but it's perfectly allowed to have them come from a citizen. In this particular case, Mr. Heavey came before us to ask for advice on how to move this forward. And because of the timing, it was right on the brink of the closing of the warrant. There wouldn't have been time for him to go through what he'd have to go through to have the planning board take a hold of it and make it go. Shorter time frame when he brings his petition. But the process is perfectly legal and consistent with the state law. There was a question about the 2 licenses, which I don't think was answered. But that limit of 2 is on retail. We don't have a limit like that on the other half a dozen marijuana type uses. So it doesn't apply in this case.
Thank you. Further discussion on Article 37. Mr. Rodrigue.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I don't disagree. It followed a legal process, and as a citizen has a right to do that. It's just that it did not follow the normal process that we do all of our others with, and I think it should follow that process. And he has the right to do it, but again, I think it should be fully vetted like every other bylaw or zoning change.
For 37, yes, ma'am.
Michelle Dalal, 16 Aspen Avenue. I don't think we should have yet another grow facility that ships out 50,000 pounds of marijuana to our state. That's not something that we want to be known for. In addition, the local and federal and national safety standards for these facilities are in the works. We don't know how best to manage these grow facilities. Why are we trying to put more in when we don't know how to manage one yet? Let's manage one, then we can think about the next steps. In Colorado, there were over 30 reported explosions from extraction processes in these facilities. We have no way to regulate these extraction processes at these times. Allowing zoning for a marijuana grow facility in a village mixed-use area in front of homes and areas where children and families walk is not a good problems in several households on that street and neighborhood. We're not ready for this, for a second grow facility to be open. I urge you to vote no to this article.
Further discussion?
It's almost 11 o'clock. Can we move the question?
Motion made. Second?
I would like to speak.
Second? Motion made and seconded to move the question. If you vote in the affirmative, we'll cease all discussion on Article 37. If you vote in the negative, we will continue discussion on Article 37. All those in favor, press 1. All those, what? Yes, of moving the question. Thank you, James. All those in favor of moving the question, press 1. All those opposed to moving the question, press 2. By the way, we have Jack Kelly also on the camera tonight. Voting is closed. I declare the motion carried 171 to 72. The motion before you is I move that the town vote to amend ZBL Section 3231 use regulation table of the zoning bylaws to permit marijuana cultivators and marijuana manufacturing within the village mixed-use district in South Grafton as printed in the warrant. This is a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Voting is closed. I declare the motion defeated 153 to 95. Article 38.
I move that the town vote to adopt a polystyrene reduction bylaw as printed in the May 2019 annual town meeting warrant.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Just want to speak for a second or two on it.
Second.
Or a minute or two.
You're up.
Styrofoam is the brand name for polystyrene, which is a synthetic plastic that biodegrades so slowly it is considered to be non-biodegradable. Styrene is an ingredient in expanded polystyrene that was recently added to the National Toxicology Program's list of probable human carcinogens. Styrene can leach from the polystyrene containers into your food, particularly hot food and hot beverages. It breaks down into small fragments that persist indefinitely. Marine life, they think it's food, and it ends up in our food chain. It's become a major component of plastic debris in the ocean. Expanded polystyrene containers are not part of our town's regular recycling program, so basically they're either ending up in a landfill or they're incinerated. Bans are in place in over 30 towns in Massachusetts already, including Shrewsbury and most recently Northborough. Additionally, Westborough and Upton are currently looking at a bylaw similar to ours. Plastic is a non-renewable resource. It is also linked to fossil fuels, and therefore there's a connection to climate change. There's a statistic right now out there showing that by 2050, there will be more plastic in the oceans than fish. So we have to make changes, and we really have to make big changes in our behavior. The point of this bylaw or this ban is not so much to look at, collecting fees for people who are not abiding by it, as it is to reduce consumption and to start thinking about reducing and reusing. The committee reached out to 26 food establishments in our town. Out of those 26 establishments, 8 already do not use any polystyrene. 3, including Dunkin' Donuts, are phasing it out already. 11 of those businesses use styrofoam currently, but they had no objections, and they fully understood why we were looking at doing this and would certainly not oppose moving toward it. 2 mentioned some concerns regarding cost, because there is a slight increase in cost to non-styrene containers. And then we had 2 businesses that we did not get response from. We weren't able to either contact the manager or the owner. Dunkin' Donuts was one of them that's already phasing it out. So as of the timeline that we have for this bylaw, it is in alignment with Dunkin' Donuts getting rid of polystyrene. We also met with the Economic Development Committee, the Board of Selectmen. We tried to get to the Board of Health, but we were not able to, twice they were unable to meet with us because they couldn't reach their quorum. The town of Grafton is a part of the Central Mass Health Alliance, which shares the Worcester Department of Health. So in terms of who will be managing this bylaw. It will be through the Board of Health, but we are part of that Central Mass Alliance. And so therefore, the language in our bylaw is identical to that of Shrewsbury, where the Central Mass Alliance is already monitoring this. Additionally, our language mirrors the language at the state level at the Bill S-1205, which has currently been referred to the Joint Committee on Public Health. So when and if this is passed statewide, we will be in alignment with their language. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Tim Rodriguez, 31 Airport Road. Not opposed to the law, but I think as written, it is flawed and should go back and come back at the fall town meeting. The director is defined as the Director of Public Health Services or the town manager, which we don't have, / Board of Selectmen. So I think by definition, you've defined something that really is not easy to enforce. The director may promulgate rules and regulations to implement the section. I'm curious which of those is going to be the one to promulgate those rules. The director shall issue warning notices and notices of violation. I don't think the director is going to be out in the field doing that. I think he has field people to do that, so you've handcuffed the ability of the field to do that. It looks like you have penalties for first and third offense with payment to the Department of Health. I'm not sure we have a Department of Health within the town, and I think the funds actually have to go back to the general fund for allotment, unless it's a revolving account. Correct me if I'm wrong. When you go through it, you get to item 6, which is all subsequent become non-criminal disposition, or what you're trying to do with the first several of them. So I'm not opposed to it, but I don't think the bylaw is correctly written.
What we did was we mirrored the bylaw that's in Shrewsbury, in place in Shrewsbury and also Northborough, and so the body that would be overseeing this is the Central Mass Alliance, or sorry, I don't have the name here now. Yeah, the Central Mass Health Alliance will be overseeing it.
So I think it's flawed the way it's written, that's all.
Further discussion on Article 38.
Mr. Moderator, just point of clarification. We are part of the Worcester Health Alliance, and Shrewsbury is as well. We would just model their use of the bylaw in terms of enforcement. The outreach that was done by your group to get the information about who's using it and who will just acquiesce to the bylaw, I think, is important. There was a plastic bag ban. People just abide by that. We don't have to go out and enforce and give tickets. We have that authority under the Board of Health through the Alliance acting on their behalf, who would have the same practice for this.
And to that point, our goal isn't to collect fees and fines from the businesses. Again, out of 26 businesses, we had only 2 that expressed some concern regarding cost. One of those businesses does business in other towns where this is in effect. So we didn't really have any pushback from the businesses who are actually going to be affected by this. So our intention would not be that we're fining these businesses. Our intention would be that by January 2020, all 26 restaurants will be able to abide by this. And if not, we have provisions that will give them additional 6 months or 12 months if needed. None of them expressed any concern to us about that.
Further discussion. And Tim, just so you know this anyway, but you can come back in the fall and amend this bylaw to adjust it. Further discussion on Article 38?
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Hearing none. All those in favor, press 1. All those opposed, press 2. Don't forget to put your clickers in the box out there. Voting's closed. Declare the motion carried, 136 to 45. Motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Thank you. See you in October.